sure this time.
Shut up. Okay. There's a lot. There's not too much to talk about. Um, we'll probably talk about the new minimum wage that's being rolled out. We'll probably be talking about some COVID-19 stuff, and then like some Polievre updates and like how he's like fucking still at it with fucking Justin Trudeau and shit, and then some Russia Ukraine stuff, and then uh
Didn't Vladimir Putin like sign a peace treaty and then immediately fire on Ukraine?
I mean, we'll be talking about some of that stuff. That's what I was going to be referring to.
I see.
And then and then um uh Andrew Callahan did an interview with Alex Jones, and it's going to be fucking awesome. And then also a new internet historian. That's mostly what I'm going to be wanting to do today. So we'll probably just hop right into it then.
City News business editor Richard Southern joins us now, and Richard, Hudson's Bay says it is taking a step towards acknowledging its colonial history by directing the profits of one of its store's most well-known items to Canadian Indigenous peoples.
Yeah, you might actually have one in your house, Melissa. Good to see you. This is one of the more iconic products associated with Canada's oldest company, the Bay, the Points blanket, and it has a complicated history, this blanket. The British were accused of using this back in the 17 and 1800s to spread smallpox among First Nations people. HBC says there's no evidence that this was done intentionally, but the company...
Smallpox blankets is what he's referring to.
Yeah, I've heard of smallpox blankets, but I've never actually seen them. So seeing them for the first time is interesting.
Well, it wasn't just this one. There was other ones. Well,
he admits the blanket has a checkered history, and so they're going to give all the profits, future profits from this blanket, to Indigenous funds. I had a chance to talk today to the president.
Bro, they're fucking giving smallpox blankets back to Indigenous folks. The fuck?
Hold on. Like,
you can't do that. Come on,
I was
bro.
gonna say, like, what is he trying to get at here?
Bro, come on. You can't be serious right now. Again, we have to put up with this shit. How many fucking times do we have to put up with it?
I don't know.
Oh, god damn it, man.
The answer is too many times.
What?
The correct answer is too many times.
Once should be more than enough.
Once is already too many.
I do agree with that, so.
CEO of the Bay.
It's using something so iconic and integral to Canadian identity to really force us to look inwards, acknowledge the true history, the relationship with Indigenous peoples, and to say, how can we do better?
This is the beginning of a long journey. We realize it's there's an important role for Hudson's Bay. I mean, we acknowledged, our colonial history, and as a company today, we have a responsibility to lead reconciliation.
Yeah, the Bay tells me.
I honestly don't think they'll do too much about it. Like, it's just every single fucking capitalist corporation's fucking response. Like, oh, we fucking, of course we know about the whole like Indian slave trade or whatever the fuck they're gonna call it. They'll probably use like something more like native slave trade or indigenous slave trade or some shit like that. But like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, you still are fucking profiting off of it.
It's like, hey, all that money you're making, you shouldn't even be making it in the first place.
That it's anticipating blanket sales to total about $1 million, which of course will go to this Gord Downey fund, and the Bay is going to kick in $1 million of its own money to get it started. So, pretty
Bro, what the
important
fuck?
initiative there.
What the fuck was that leftist audio?
I have no idea.
What the fuck?
Yo, speakers have gone broke.
Fucking leftist audio much?
Yo, the mics are peaking.
Jesus.
Melissa, on this Truth and Reconciliation Day.
Absolutely. Now, minimum wages in Ontario are rising tomorrow, and the increase comes as high inflation rates are.
I don't think it's just Ontario. I think it's also Saskatchewan and Manitoba as well, if I remember correctly. There might be other provinces that it will be raising too as well. I'm not really too sure though, but I think for sure Saskatchewan and Manitoba. Top of that.
I hope the minimum wages go up because you cannot make a living on, the current wage. The minimum wage is the minimum to make a living, to live off of. The
No,
minimum wage currently, it will kill you.
no, it's not, brother. It's designed to keep the poor poor. Yay. It doesn't take much effort to flip a burgle. Why should they get paid $15 an hour, brother?
Maybe because they deserve it?
Yeah, I mean, like, this just brings up more of the whole fucking minimum wage discussion, right? Like, yeah, sure, the minimum wage being raised is good, but, like, the minimum wage should be adjusting for inflation and productivity. I've talked about this many times. Should be at least $24 an hour.
Exactly.
But
And minimum wage wouldn't even have to go up if we could bring inflation down. How do we do that? Tax the rich. Most importantly, the giant companies like, the big oil companies, all the people controlling the gas.
I mean, it's not just big oil.
Well,
It's
that was just an example.
no how you tackle inflation is higher corporate taxes, as well as a wealth tax taxing the top 1% of Canadians.
Exactly. Anyways, moving on.
Like it's just silly. Like they're just wealth hoarding, and then distribute that fucking income back into either the hands of the people, or invest it into, like, say, infrastructure projects.
Waste management, public transportation.
Like, there's so much you can do with it. Like, that's one place where fucking China does really good, in my opinion, is the whole, like, forced donations. Like, I wish we had, like, the same level of authoritarianism to the wealthy class that fucking China does. Like, who doesn't fucking want, like, nice trains or, like, good waste management and, like, fucking clean streets and, like, non-crumbling fucking roads and shit? Or, like,
Hey, yo, anyone in chat, I want you to take a walk around your local city block, say tomorrow, right? And I want you to take note of how often you'll see a trash can or a recycling bin out in public for public use that's not in a park. Because I will guarantee you that most times you will not see a damned trash can at any street corner or, anything like that for public use. The nearest one you'll find is at a local park, but even then, there's only 2 or 3. Like, goodness me, waste management around, like, so-called first world countries. Yeah, no, their waste management is shit.
I mean, Japan does the same thing, but they, or Japan has, like, less fucking garbage cans and recycling bins out than we do, but in their whole, there's, like, next to no waste on the ground at all.
Well, maybe they have better, waste management in their homes.
No, it's just cultural, pressure. It's just cultural societal pressure. Like, you're expected to have a, like, if you have some, like, first of all, you're not even supposed to, like walk and eat stuff. Like, if you're gonna have something to eat, you, like,
Yeah, you'll sit down.
You'll either eat it sitting down or, like, standing up somewhere.
Yeah, but not walking.
No, that's why, like, in places in, like, Japan, they'll tend to eat their stuff, like, outside of 7-Eleven, and just toss in the garbage can there.
Yeah,
But like,
makes
no,
sense.
there's a lot to our fucking. There's a lot to it that we can easily do with more fucking taxes on corporations and wealthy that will indirectly benefit the vast majority of Canadians. It doesn't just have to be um, like tax rebates or like UBI,
Truth.
but you know, I'm not saying that that stuff isn't necessarily bad to give to people. I think that's inherently good thing, even though I think that things like UBI are just a band-aid solution. Anyways.
Putting a strain on many people's finances.
Yeah, I think we could all use a raise right now, but certainly the lower income individuals would really need a raise, according to many groups. And what they're getting, many say, isn't enough. But minimum wage is going up 50 cents on Saturday in Ontario to
Wow, a
$15.
whole 50 cents.
It's going up to 15.50. Ontario has one of the highest minimum wages in the country.
Yeah, but still, even just 50 cents.
I mean, yeah, it's granted it's not enough, but like, do keep in mind that if I remember correctly, I don't think it's the government that chooses the minimum wage. I think it's like when I mean that, I mean like the federal government. I think it's provincial governments that choose.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Like I'm fully in support of fucking $24 hour minimum wage.
Hell yeah.
Because it forces companies to be more competitive with wages. Because, like, let's be honest, if you were like fucking flipping burgers for $15 or $25 an hour, yeah, and like, you know, your fucking employer doesn't want to raise your wage to be competitive with that, you're gonna go flip fucking burgers.
Yeah.
Like, let's be
It's like,
real.
hey, if you're only getting paid, say, minimum wage, 11.75, to go and do something, right?
Like,
It's like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna go and work minimum wage when, I can go and flip burgers for like $24 an hour.
like it forces companies to be competitive with their wages, as well as depending on hours as well. On top of that, you know, it's more beneficial to local economies because what do people do when they have more money? They spend more money, which is in turn really good for local communities, as well as, you know, making sure mom and pop stores don't go out of business.
Yeah, and mom and pop shops are usually some of the best shops in towns. Like, they'll have like
Like,
oddities that you'll never find anywhere else
like,
because big stores won't have them.
like I know the counter argument to that is like, oh well, small businesses won't be able to keep up. My response to that is like, okay, well, first of all, you're taking a risk by opening up a small business. If you want to look at it in the capitalist perspective, you're taking a risk opening up a small business, and you know, it just happens that sometimes you fucking fail. That's just the sad reality of it.
You rolled the dice and you got snake eyes.
So
Sorry.
there's that, and like I'm like, in the current system that we live under, I am of the belief of, you know, if you cannot afford to pay your employees a livable wage, you should not be in business, whether you're big or small.
True.
If you cannot afford to pay your employees a livable wage, not be in business. End of story. And there is absolutely no excuse for big companies not to do it.
Yeah, like I have no like positive or negative thing to add to that because that's just truth.
Like, you always see that, you know, fucking companies are year after year bringing in record-breaking profits, and you being an employee at one of these companies getting like anywhere from like 30 cents to maybe 75 cents of a raise per year. Like,
Hooray!
oh yeah, my fucking work that I've been doing for, I don't know, let's say fucking $17 an hour isn't apparently worth like the it isn't worth like at least $1 raise for a fucking for the fucking amount of work that I'm doing. Like, come on, it's just silly. There's no reason for it,
Exactly.
and that's why a lot of fucking, and that's why like every single company underneath the planet is like afraid of their fucking workers going on strike or unionizing.
See, here's how you prevent that. You just pay your employees a livable wage.
Giving them
You take care of their needs, and they will take care of yours.
paying them a livable wage, fucking having good benefits. You know, there's a whole bunch to it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not going to be going on strike or want to unionize.
True.
Because a lot of that stems from, you know, them not feeling like their voice is being heard.
Listen, I learned one thing from school, and school told me everyone has a voice and it needs to be heard. So, Chad, I want Chad, I want you to take that with you to sleep tonight. Your voice, it needs to be heard.
Let's be real though. A lot of marginalized voices aren't heard unless it's like profitable for the media, or a lot of fucking workers
We tear down the profit.
or a
If
lot
it's not profitable for them, we'll just scream louder.
or a lot of fucking or a lot of workers' voices aren't being heard because they're not part of a union. Granted,
So unions help your voice be heard.
Well, that's what unions are supposed to do. They're supposed to prevent things like unjustifiable firings, like say getting injured on the workplace at the workplace, right. Or you know, and negotiate fair raises. You know, stuff like that. But
yeah.
The thing is that there are some unions out there that don't do that shit. And, you know, to that, you should be holding your fucking union leaders accountable.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you don't have our interests in mind. What the heck?
Because if they are...
Like, I thought you were on our side.
Like, if they are inherently siding with the company, let's be real, it's not a real fucking union. Unions are meant to side with the workers. And if your union representative is not fucking holding the company accountable for that kind of stuff, be like, hey, next time fucking voting comes around for union leadership, I'm gonna vote your ass out.
Exactly.
Because it lights a fire underneath their ass to actually do something. Because they want to be elected again.
$50 per hour. Students under 18 are getting a 50-cent boost as well to $14.60. Going.
The fuck is this child labor shit? I thought we were past this.
Nope.
Like, what the fuck?
Hooray for underpaid, overworked labor.
Child labor, hell yeah.
Yay.
Like, why is it $14.60? Just have it be fucking $15.50. You're
exactly.
You're like, there's no fucking reason for it. Like, yeah, sure, they may be living with a vast majority of students, whether they be in like college, well, not even necessarily, like in like fucking high school or some shit. Like,
yeah, they say students under 18. Like of course there will be some that will be like living with their parents and whatnot, right? And they're just wanting a job to, you know, get them out of trouble. But say, right, you know, a student under 18 isn't in the best household or doesn't even have a household to go to. So right, they're working just to try and get themselves off the street, and 1460 isn't going to be enough.
Have you watched the Second Thought video about minimum wage, like the minimum wage debate?
Isn't that the newest one?
No, that was released like last year.
No, I don't think I've seen that one then.
We'll watch it after this then. Because like it's always the same shit. Like we'll finish this video and then we'll play
the
it.
Ford government says minimum wage increases will be tied to inflation and will happen every October 1st. We kind of rank it, Ontario, towards the top as far as minimum wages are concerned in Canada. Nunavut has the highest at $16, followed by Yukon at $15.70.
Okay, but Nunavut is still fucking low though. Come on, bro. Like
Yeah,
that's not even high.
Prove Ontario's superiority by giving their workers a livable wage.
You're asking a lot from fucking Doug Ford, man.
Bro, I'm asking a lot from the entire country. You think I'm gonna get an answer? No. Listen, they wouldn't listen to, the voters. Do you think they're gonna listen to the floof? God, I hope so.
Yeah.
Praise be to Allah.
Saskatchewan's at the bottom at $11.81, Melissa.
Okay, and across the pond, the UK Royal Mint has unveiled the portrait of King Charles, which will be found on coins going into circulation.
Yeah, you want to see it? You want to take a little gander at it?
We're getting.
This
King
is what it's going to look
coins.
like. There he is, King Charles III. Not a bad representation.
Yeah,
that's fucking ugly,
bro. His nose. His nose. Jesus.
What is this?
They even got his extra chin. Look at that.
Bro,
listen, aside from how gross King Chuck looks, the detail on the coin work is great.
Like, who fucking cares, man? I don't want this, I don't want this racist piece of shit on my fucking currency.
Listen, I'd rather have you on my currency than anyone else.
Me?
Yes.
I mean, okay. If that's what you want.
Listen, I don't want it, but I'd take it.
I mean, I'm not very egotistical, so I wouldn't necessarily want my fucking face on currency. I mean,
I'd want my face on currency just to be like, hey, yo, you're the guy on the coin. It's like, yeah, what up? And that's it. That's all that it would be. I
mean, I think currency should just not exist in general.
Well, yeah, me too. But listen,
that's
not gonna die out until we die out.
That's just more personal opinion, though.
True.
The new king, yeah. They're going to start trickling into circulation in the UK, these coins, as they're needed. The first one will be the 50-cent piece, which equates to about 75 cents Canadian. They're going to be in circulation along with coins.
What a fucking ugly coin.
Queen's image. In fact, some 27 billion coins with the image of the late Queen are in circulation in England. And that's kind of what I'm sure it'll look like when the Canadian Mint starts to mint coins with King Charles III as well. So there you go, Melissa.
Awesome. Looks great. Now, thanks, Richard, and we'll see you later on the show.
All right. I did manage to find the Second Thought video. We can watch it right now. I'll pull it up.
Please, Fiora.
I guess I had a video, a Xenoblade video in the background. That apparently when my computer auto updated, it just didn't. It just wanted to play that.
Listen, it wanted a good Xenoblade game. Oh shit, that might have angered a lot of Xenoblade 3 fans.
Bro, I've been loving 3. All right.
I'm just burnt out.
This is a
minimum wage debate.
This is a great video by Second Thought. He goes over everything, so we'll watch it.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help me make more content like this and get early access to every new video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. Every few years and pretty much constantly over the last half-decade or so, the U.S. enters a cataclysmic debate over the federal minimum wage.
So, yeah, just replace U.S. with Canada. It's essentially the exact same thing.
Same concepts and principles, yeah.
Some people think raising the wage would destroy businesses and raise prices for goods and services. Others think it's essential to keep up with inflation and rising housing prices. Both
Yo,
sides
Bernie
firmly
Sanders.
believe that their position is the one supported by hard data and evidence. But there are certain realities surrounding this debate that are never addressed. So, in this episode, I'm going to address them. Hopefully, by the end of this video, you'll be more informed on the minimum wage debate, but more than that, you'll have a new understanding of why it's such a divisive issue in the first place. Let's start with some basic history. Once upon a time, there were no regulations regarding how much bosses had to pay their workers.
Yeah, and like, you know, they were getting paid like fucking 5 cents.
Hey, look, you get 1/1000th of what I earn.
Like it used to be as bad as like the global south gets like now. Like fucking like what, like $18 a day or some shit like that.
Gotta love that.
Like it's fucking disgusting, man.
It is. It really is.
This was back in the early 1900s, and because of this wild west of a labor market,
Also, like, you know, child labor too. There's that too. And like
Gotta love child labor.
half the time you couldn't like half the time like children didn't understand the concept of money, right?
Yeah.
So employers could get away with paying children in, like, say, candy, for example. You know,
Yep.
because like
Any way to make an extra dollar in their pocket, they'll take it.
candy's incredibly cheap, right? So, you know, and like kids like it, right? So it's fair compensation, right? You know, they lose a fucking arm. Here's a
chocolate bar.
here's a chocolate bar. Here's a chocolate bar. Get back in the machine and fix it.
Oh, you lost your fingers? Look, here's a couple of M&Ms. So get back to work.
Yep.
those who owned the factories could pay their workers as little as they wanted. And if those workers didn't like it, they could quit, and other starving Americans would gladly take their place. This worked out wonderfully for the owner class. They knew.
Do keep in mind that even though the example he is providing has been over like a millennium, it still happens. Like, it still rings true. Like,
Yep.
honestly.
That a desperate working population would have little choice but to accept the tiny wages they offered, because the alternative was abject poverty and starvation. Over the years, labor laws were established to help prevent this predatory behavior, and in 1938, the Fair Labor Standards Act established the country's first minimum wage, a system that had already been implemented in other developed nations. This legislation also banned the use of exploitative child labor.
Which, you know, children should not be forced to do labor. But
no, they shouldn't.
under certain circumstances, you know, fucking teenagers have to go and do like grueling jobs that they don't want to fucking do because, you know, they grow up in like a very poverty-stricken house, and like the little bit that they're bringing home from like fucking McDonald's is like just barely keeping them like fed or like having a roof over their head. Like, it's fucking pathetic.
It is. Like, people shouldn't have to have kids just to pay off their debt or to, you know, have their children make money for them
Well,
and alongside them at that.
well, if you've paid attention to like the trends for birth rate has been on a decline because it's just too expensive to have children.
It is.
Like, the one thing that a lot of these fucking dumbasses in places of power don't understand is how expensive children are.
Yeah, children are expensive.
Like, they cost so much fucking money.
Well, they not only cost a lot of money, like, as soon as they're born, they cost a lot of money all the time.
It's a thing that, you know, just doesn't go away.
Yeah,
Because like the meme is like the only time when you hear from your fucking kids when they're adults is like when they need money.
well, I wonder why.
Yeah.
Children are expensive.
But yeah, no, it's fucking pathetic, and it still happens to this day.
which had been an incredibly lucrative practice for early 20th century business owners.
The reason why business owners love having kids working in their factories is because, for one, they were small, so they could get to places where adults couldn't get into, like inside the machines and shit, as well as they could pay them less.
Yep. Oh, look, you're a smaller human. You'll get paid a smaller amount.
Well, then where the fuck does that leave midgets?
Um, uh, give them $1.25, they'll be fine, right?
It's true.
Our class was not happy about this, but millions of parents across the country were
But yeah, that's another thing. Like when this bill got passed in America, it was a really relieving thing for parents because they didn't have to worry about their kids getting fucking shredded in a machine and turned into a pink mist. Like it's fucking wild that, you know, kids had to put up with that.
Yeah, kids, like, let's say you're like 5 or 6 years old, right? Like, when I see my niece and nephews running around, I think I'm so happy they don't have to go into like a machine that could possibly kill them if someone didn't know they were doing maintenance in it, and all of a
Well,
sudden, boom,
the thing
right
is
there goes my niece or
is
nephew.
that yes, sure, in more like developed nations, we don't have to worry about that. But in the global south, there's still child labor.
And that's crazy.
Like exploited, like hugely exploited child labor. And it's fucking ridiculous. I mean, like, what the fuck can they do? Their parents aren't getting paid enough to live.
They really aren't.
Like, it's silly.
Believed that they would receive better wages and that their children would no longer be torn to pieces by the massive, dangerous machines the business owners forced them to crawl into to fix. Almost 30 years later, in 1966, an amendment to the Fair Labor Standards Act raised the federal minimum wage to $1.60 per hour and extended coverage to federal employees and some farm workers for the first time. This particular amendment is a critical bit of historical evidence because, as we'll see later, a recent study made some important findings regarding the minimum wage and employment. Now, let's take a look at how the minimum wage has changed over time. 6 decades ago, in 1960, the minimum...
Do keep in mind that this does happen to a certain extent to us as well, but we have third parties that discuss and look at the data to determine what the minimum wage should be in like the fucking system we're in now. And like, America is an extreme example of this, but it does happen to us as well.
Well, yeah, you got to look at the extreme examples to get a better idea of like, okay, here's where they went wrong, or here's what they did well, but then here's where they messed up. Because
Yeah.
then you can look at the extreme good, the extreme bad, extrapolate, and be like, all right, here's where we can do better.
But yeah, like,
Take this information
like-
and use it positively.
like if you look at the graph here, like it slowly trends up, it flatlines, it goes up again, flatlines
Flatline.
up, flatlines up, and flatlines. It's a fucking trend.
minimum wage was $1 per hour. Over the following 60 years, the wage steadily rose, today sitting at $7.25. Taken by itself, this graph looks pretty...
Which is fucking crazy for people. Like, how the fuck is anyone supposed to survive off of $7.25 an hour?
And yeah, like, and this video, like the second thought video, was posted on January 22nd of 2021. So when $7.25 is a minimum wage in this year for Americans, I'm sorry.
No, that was last year.
Well, but still.
I do think that the minimum wage in America has been raised a little bit, but I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, right. That's why I'm saying like $7.25 is not enough.
Yeah.
good. The line goes up. Here's the problem. Just listing dollar amounts without historical context does not give an accurate depiction of what those amounts mean. Let's look at the same line adjusted for inflation. That's a lot less impressive. These peaks and troughs represent each time the minimum wage has been raised, and inflation wiping out those gains. Taken as a whole, we can see that compensation for minimum wage workers is actually significantly lower today than it was 60 years ago. This peak here, representing the 1966 amendment to the Fair Labor Standards Act, marked the high point of the U.S. federal minimum wage. $1.60 an hour in 1966, adjusted for inflation, equates to almost $13 an hour today, nearly twice our current minimum wage. Okay, so we know that real compensation for workers is lower than it was in the past. But this is where we get to the crux of the matter. Many people don't care that it's lower because they believe that a minimum wage should not be a living wage, that you should not be able to support yourself on this wage because jobs that pay that little are meant to be beginner jobs, or things to keep...
Which, the irony in that is that fucking fast food jobs, or like diner jobs or whatever, and service industry jobs, like say stocking shelves and whatever, is like unironically some of the most demanding jobs out there, which is super fucking ironic, because you have to put up with fucking assholes all day that, you know, think you're subhuman. You know, you have a shitty boss and manager that really don't give a shit about you. Like, it's fucking crazy.
It is, and it sucks that, you know, these so-called like beginner jobs or things meant for retirees, right? These beginner jobs, a lot of the times they require a lot of like, you know, either communication skills or like, you know, focus skills and skills that require a lot of like management. Like even flipping burgers, right? You don't like you have to pay attention to the patties, right? Make sure they don't get burnt, make sure that the orders are correct, and make sure that not only did you make the correct order, that you're giving the correct order to the correct person.
Well,
And right,
not
like
just
there's a lot of stuff that goes into it.
well, like the reasoning why I think everyone should either work like some form of service industry job or fast food is because then they recognize on how fucking crazy and dog shit these jobs are.
Yeah.
And like, I'm sorry, but like I can kind of understand, you know, the guy who's making my fucking burger at like McDonald's or whatever the fuck, and like he fucks up my order because like he has like 20 different orders to, you know, do as well, or you know, he's not getting compensated for the amount of labor he's putting in, and thus doesn't really give a shit about his job. Like, I'm sorry, I kind of empathize with the guy.
Yeah, like right. I know, like I've experienced a couple of people that got really upset when their orders got mistaken at like restaurants and stuff,
I,
and I had to remind them like, "Hey, yo, calm down. First of all, they're only people. They have way more intense things to deal with than your shit right now.
yeah.
Like, hey, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a douchebag to anyone here, but I'm gonna be a dick to the person that
Well,
doesn't have other people yelling at them and asking where their food is.
well, people
Because like,
also people also see the people who do these jobs, which they generally tend to be like teenagers and shit. They tend to see them as subhuman. Like
that's not how you should treat
it's
anybody.
it's fucking psychotic.
It is.
And that's why I think everyone should. That's one of the main reasons why I think everyone should work one of these jobs, is because they realize how fucking big of assholes people can be.
Just
Retirees
treat
occupied.
others with respect.
Let's
That's
talk
all
about
we're
that.
asking.
Mm-hmm.
Do students and other young people make up the bulk of minimum wage workers?
Yes.
Yes. Are they typically able to rely on their parents for housing? Yes. Does this mean that they don't need more money in order to simply survive? In many
That depends. That depends on circumstances, but in most cases, yes.
cases,
Yeah.
yes. Does that mean we should allow their compensation to slip so far behind the rate of inflation that
Nope.
their pay has next to no value?
Nope.
No. Justifying
obviously
poverty
not.
wages simply because many minimum wage workers are students is not a valid reason to keep paying so little. And the
And that would, you know, help out with their fucking parents. Like if they're less fortunate than others, as well as, you know, they themselves could say save it for college, university, or save it for a luxury item that they needed, like a computer or like a car or something like that.
Yeah, something actually important.
Like, I'm sorry, but like if I don't care if someone spends like their hard-earned money on luxury items that they've worked their asses off for. If you're just fucking sitting on your ass profiting off of the labor of others, then yeah, I don't think you should have those luxuries. But I don't give a shit if like Kyle, you know, does a fuck ton of work and like saves up his money and buys like a nice sports car. I don't care about that.
Good job, Kyle.
Like
Can we get hooray for Kyle in chat, please?
like I don't give a
Hooray
shit.
for Kyle.
I don't give a shit about that. Like they fucking earned it.
Yeah, Kyle earned that sports car. Good job, Kyle.
The minimum wage is a poverty wage. According to several studies, there's not a single county in the entire nation where a minimum wage earner could afford a one-bedroom apartment. If the minimum wage had simply kept up with inflation and productivity gains since 1968, it would be over $24 per hour today. That's a lot of...
Which is where I get the $24 an hour number from. Because we've had similar productivity and inflation.
Yeah.
So it... And like, honestly, who cares? Like, people would be like... People here would be like, whoa, they're making like $24 an hour? Fuck yeah, I'm gonna go and flip burgers all day. See ya, dickwad.
That's like,
that's
listen, I'm not
what
gonna
most
be busting
people...
my ass, yeah.
That's what most people will fucking do to their fucking managers and shit. That's what
Well, I mean, hey, if you get more money for flipping burgers at Mix than you do for folding t-shirts at like a Walmart, yeah, I'm gonna go and flip burgers.
Yeah.
Of surplus labor value that's been taken from workers and given to their bosses. Unsurprisingly, the owner class is almost uniformly opposed to raising the minimum wage at all. But what's more disappointing is seeing people who make 16...
Do you want to know why they're afraid of that, of the minimum wage being raised? Something where people can actually, you know, live off of? It mostly stems from, you know, less control over the fucking working class, because if, you know, people are able to get like paid a living wage doing like what they deem as like lesser work, you know, people are gonna quit their jobs en masse, go work at those places.
So in a sense, they're using fear tactics
Well,
and like scarcity, right?
They're
using starvation tactics and fear tactics to keep their employees in check.
They also tend to use like homeless people part of that as well. Like, shut your ass up. You're gonna be earning this amount more. Otherwise, you'll end up like the fucking guy on the street. And
it's like, hey, no, I won't, because I'll find a place better to work that will treat me better, not like crap.
But
no, companies don't see that.
That's another thing. Is like a lot of people tend to shut up about not doing that kind of stuff because they understand that, you know, if something happens and, you know, they fucking live on the street, they're part of that class that the owner class is able to take advantage of, being like, if you don't want to end up like this guy, you're going to shut up and give the wage that I give you. Which is psychotic.
It is psychotic.
$9 per hour fighting with people who make $7.25 an hour when their bosses make thousands of dollars per hour.
Also, yeah, that's one thing I fucking hate too, is how someone who's making minimum wage and someone who's making, like, let's say, I don't know, $24 an hour bicker at each other. I'm like, you're in the same fucking boat. You're comrades. You're not fucking against each other. Your fucking dickhead boss is making like fuck tons more than you.
Exactly. But no, it's always, you know, I want what they have because I don't have it.
Well, no, it's
like, listen, go and ask, you know, go and get what your boss has because you don't have what your boss
well,
does.
no, where it comes from is like they it's because they think that the jobs that they're getting paid like minimum wage for aren't worth, like, say $20 an hour or whatever metric you want to set for it, because they think that it's just not worth it, and they think that the job, you know, that they're sitting behind a fucking computer for like 8 hours a day is worth more than that. Which, yes, Marx did distinguish between different forms of labor in the form of physical and mental labor. which
Mhm.
there are differences in that for sure, but
Definitely.
it doesn't matter. You're on the same fucking team, which is so stupid. And the fact that the owning class can get away with it and be like, no, you two are completely you're completely opposed to each other, and like, yeah, they just fucking love class infighting. It's awesome because they can fucking get away with uh getting to pay people less.
Yep.
There's a certain mindset in America where people believe if I just scrimp and save enough, if I work enough overtime, if I do
Happens
what I'm
here too.
told, if I just work hard
Happens
enough,
everywhere.
one day
Well,
I'll be the
not
one
everywhere,
making
but
thousands of dollars per hour. Of course,
It happens here too because remember, in North America especially, you're never everyone's never just poor. You're just a temporarily embarrassed millionaire.
temporarily.
Just temporarily embarrassed. Like you'll eventually fucking do it. You'll get it, which isn't fucking true. Like a vast majority of people are going to be stuck in the same fucking shitty working culture and environment that they have always been fucking putting up with for their entire lives.
Yep.
Like everyone's just a temporary embarrassed billionaire, right? So fucking stupid.
Of course, the owner class is thrilled by this. When the working class is divided, those who make twice the minimum wage fighting against lower wage workers earning even a single dollar more, it makes the capitalist's job that much easier. Remember, the people making $16 an hour are still making less than what the minimum wage should be if it had just kept up with inflation and productivity. But let's set this aside for now and address some of the common objections to raising the minimum wage. We'll begin with the objection that raising the minimum wage will increase housing prices.
Which is psychotic. It doesn't matter. Housing prices are going to be going up anyways because of dildo landlords.
Yep. And like housing prices wouldn't even need to fluctuate even if the minimum wage went up.
Well, it's the exact same shit. It's the exact same shit with like making housing like universally free, or
Yep.
or like affordable. Just like, oh well, it's just gonna cause inflation to go up. It's vice versa.
Will cause inflation to go down because it's one less thing that you have to worry about.
Hmm, not necessarily.
Well, I mean, yeah, you'll still have to worry about housing, but you don't have to worry about putting that money into housing.
It's
I mean, you still have
what
to,
I
maintain the house. Yes, I'm not saying that you shouldn't.
with the liberal government, what I imagine will happen is that it will be another fucking tax on top of the already overstressed working class in Canada. It's just going to be another tax on top of it, which is crazy. Like, we already pay a fuck ton of taxes. Like, actually have corporations and shit pay for taxes and shit. Like, it's fucking wild.
I would start by asking those people, when was the last time you rented an apartment? I imagine it was quite a while ago. It's understandable then that these people are a little out of touch with the realities of housing
Boomers.
prices in the rental market. The federal minimum wage has not been raised since
For a shitty place to live, like, I don't know. Let's use Saskatoon for example.
All right.
In Saskatoon, for a shitty place to live, is $1,000. Okay.
Right.
For if it gets higher, the more nicer the place is.
Yeah, obviously.
If you are making like $17 or $17.50 an hour, that's one of your paychecks gone.
Yep.
Just on rent.
Just on the rent alone, one of your paychecks is gone due to rent.
So
Some dickhead landlord that doesn't even need to be a landlord. He just bought the apartment building, or he just bought that lot of land, said, I'm going to build something that'll house multiple people and give me their income.
Remember though, landlords are one of the most dangerous jobs out there.
Oh yeah, so dangerous.
It's very dangerous. What happens if they fall off the ladder when they're changing a light?
I don't know.
Oh no, it's so fucking dangerous.
I hope these landlords don't get their fingers pinched by a plier that they accidentally, instead of grabbing the bolt to tighten it, they grab their finger.
Oh no.
Oh no, the tiny little bit of flesh that's now going to heal over weirdly.
Oh no, poor landlord.
2009. Between 2010 and 2020, the average apartment rental price has increased by 40%, and by
It's even worse here.
Yeah.
Over a decade, over 40% in America. It's even worse here.
Do we have a percentage number? I'm assuming not. Not one that we can find quickly, anyways.
I don't look.
2010 to 2020 housing rent increase. But still, from just in America, from 2010 to 2020, 40% increase in rent. That is insanity. And then you're not even getting paid to match. Start a revolution.
by much more than that in some areas. Let me repeat that. The price for housing has increased by 40%, while the minimum wage has increased by 0%. So, to the people saying raising the minimum wage will increase housing prices,
I can't find anything. I imagine it's probably way fucking higher than that. I would imagine it's from like 2010 to 2020. I imagine it would probably be somewhere around like 70%.
Yeah.
Because Canada's housing market is dog shit. It's the fucking worst.
Without a doubt.
That has already been happening without raising the pay to a living wage. The minimum wage has nothing to do with rising prices in housing or in any other area. When people say your Big Mac will cost $30 if the wage goes up, they're clearly not familiar with McDonald's pay in Denmark.
Oh.
I like how he's specifically calling out Denmark.
Well, no. Denmark. I'll just let him do it. I've already seen this video. I think he's a fucking great content creator.
Let's learn about Denmark.
But
or at least McDonald's pay in Denmark.
Well, like I said before, I think that the bare minimum should be Scandinavia. Granted,
any people from Denmark in chat.
Granted, Scandinavia has a fuck ton of its own problems. They're still hyper capitalists in general. They just export all their fucking exploitation to the third world. So
third world.
Yes, I'm sorry if I'm not PC about that, but even developing countries use the third world. So I'm sorry. If they don't care, I don't care.
The way you said the word third world because it sounded like Thord world.
Oh, shut
up. If Thor's in this world, I don't want any part of it.
Shut up.
Get the God of Thunder out of here.
If you work at a McDonald's in Denmark, your starting pay is $22 per hour. You also get 6 weeks of paid vacation, life insurance.
The reason why their fucking minimum wage is so high there is because I think like 65% of the working population in Denmark is unionized.
Hell yeah.
So McDonald's workers get paid $22 an hour, 6 paid vacation days off a year, life insurance.
Yo, keep playing this video. There's more to learn.
Insurance, a year of paid maternity leave, and a pension plan. Their Big Mac costs 27 cents more than in America. 27 cents is apparently the difference between respecting your workers and considering them stupid, morally deficient, low-skill workers. The argument that raising the minimum wage will increase prices on housing and goods has no basis in reality.
You hear that,
Let's
guys?
move on to probably the most...
getting some of the best benefits for flipping burgles, and the only thing that changed is you're paying 27 cents more.
I honestly don't even believe that people would fucking notice that price change if they were getting paid that.
Listen, anyone in Denmark, how does it feel knowing that you have to pay 27 measly cents more than us
How does it
just
feel
for a
getting
burger?
paid? How does it feel being better than us?
How does it feel being better than us, but also paying slightly more? Like,
No,
not even a full percentage more
bro,
for a
Denmark,
burger.
bro, Denmark is like one of the fucking happiest places on the fucking planet.
Like, that's why I'm asking how they feel. I'm not asking for like a negative response. I'm just genuinely curious.
Most common
Inform me,
example,
please.
raising the minimum wage will drive companies out of business. On the surface, this is a valid concern. Many small businesses do operate on razor thin margins, and an increase in employee compensation could, in theory, make their business untenable. Let's return to that study I mentioned earlier. In September of 2020, a new report was published that examined the effects of the minimum wage increase as part of the 1966 Fair Labor Standards Act amendment. Their findings? Earnings rose sharply in all affected industries, the racial wealth gap was significantly diminished, and, most importantly for this discussion, there was no adverse effect on employment. Businesses could afford to pay their workers more, they just didn't want to. It's no stretch of the imagination to assume that the same is.
The reason why is because, you know, with a higher minimum wage, that means that means increased local spending. So that means that they're able to increase their wages for uh for their mom and pop store.
Yeah.
Like, it, for the most part, like, it's not like mom and pop stores don't want to raise their wages for people. It's just that they can't because they're operating on such like a tight budget.
Yeah, like they're operating on a shoestring budget.
Like, I imagine that most places would, but you know, they just can't because it's, you know, it's a very thin margin that
It's like,
they're going
listen,
on.
loving employee, I would love to pay you more, but if we do, we would go bankrupt. I'm sorry.
Like, honestly, the whole argument against UBI is the exact same thing as the minimum wage debate. It's the exact same arguments, and it's so fucking stupid.
Is true today, especially when tax breaks for businesses and the wealthy have increased dramatically since the 80s.
Ew,
Coincidentally,
Reagan.
the period since which worker compensation has stagnated. So, based on historical precedent, there's no reason to assume that increasing the minimum wage would drive companies out of business, especially when some of the largest employers of minimum wage workers are hugely profitable megacorporations like Walmart and McDonald's. But let's return to the hypothetical that's so often used on pro-business news outlets. The mom and pop family business that simply can't afford to pay their workers anymore.
Like, okay, I do understand like the whole like mom and pop shit as well. But the main thing is that, like, if you can, you know, you're supposed to balance your budgets, right? And
Right.
and wages is being one part of one. If you cannot
Right.
if you cannot afford to pay your fucking employees a livable wage, you should not be in business. End of story. It may hurt for some people to hear that, but it's the truth. If you want to live in a capitalist society, you got to recognize that.
Truth is truth.
Like, it is what it
Yeah,
is.
I can hear the smoke emanating from you. You're starting to break down from how angry you are at this.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
What do you mean?
Like, you're not angry, you're just annoyed that shit isn't already fixed.
It, like, we've had so much fucking time to fix this shit, and we haven't.
It's never too late to start.
No, it's not.
Here's the thing. If you cannot afford to pay your workers a living wage, you should not be in business. This is how the free market is supposed to work, remember?
And like another reason on why like a lot of these fucking small business owners tend to be so fucking terrified of going or being part of the fucking working class again is because they see how they're fucking treating their employees, which is dog shit, and they don't want to return to that. They don't want to be on the other side of that. That's why they're so fucking terrified and they go on the news and cry about it.
Yep.
Like it's fucking crazy.
Business
Without a
is
doubt.
at the mercy of the market. If you
And like the irony in that is like they're so fucking like uh they're so fucking like pro free market and everything, but yet when the free market fucks them over, like they turn on a dime and be like it's the fucking Justin Trudeau raising fucking taxes again or some shit like that. And to those people, I honestly just I tell them just to shut the fuck up. Like it doesn't matter. You cry about like every little thing anyways, so what's the fucking difference?
Nothing's the difference. Nothing changes.
don't make enough money to cover your expenses, by free market logic, you should not be in business.
Mhm.
Paying your workers is the most basic expense of all.
True.
Again, the minimum wage should be over $24 per hour. If you can't pay your workers a third of that rate, that means the only reason you're in business is because you're exploiting people by paying them poverty wages.
Yep.
This is the entire basis for the existence of the gig economy.
Which is complete dog shit.
Exactly. The gig economy sucks.
Like you're expected to bring your own fucking vehicle, you're expected to pay for your own fucking gas. What's that? You have to do some repairs on your vehicle because we're making you fucking drive halfway across the city, like every single fucking day. Not our problem.
Because you're just an independent contractor that does gig work. So the company that you quote unquote are contracted for won't have to give two fucks about you as a human.
It's fucking psychotic.
It is.
We're so accustomed to devaluing workers that companies like Uber no longer even classify their workers as employees, so they can get away with paying them nothing at all. But let's give small business owners the benefit of the doubt here.
And the funny thing is that companies like Uber would still dip into those people or the people that they've contracted out. They would still dip into their fucking money that they made.
Well, yeah, right. Because like they go under the guise of, oh no, you're working for Uber only when you have a passenger, right? And because you've gotten that passenger through their service, they take part of your pay,
Well,
like irregardless.
it's not just fucking Uber though. It's also companies like Postmates or
Well, yeah, any sort of gig work.
Skip the Dishes or something like that. It's them too.
Yeah.
Like they're not like they should just be they should be thrown under the bus just as much as fucking Uber.
I'd say throw them onto the train first and foremost, because the train will do a whole lot more damage.
What fucking train? We don't have good trains here.
I just said a train. I never said it had to be a good train.
Bro, our fucking trains would get stuck on it.
You're not wrong.
Our trains are dog shit, man.
They probably would have broken down before they even hit them.
Probably.
I'm going to assume that you genuinely want to run an ethical business that pays its workers fairly. I can understand how it would be a challenge to raise your workers' pay from whatever you're paying them now to $15 per hour all in one chunk. Wouldn't it make more sense if instead of having to raise the minimum wage by large amounts every decade or so, we chose to raise the wage every year based on inflation and other metrics?
Which is something we kind of do here. Like, we kind of do it. It's
but not to the degree that we should be.
It's not to the metrics in the degree that we should be doing it. But like we sort of do it. It's dog shit though.
This would make the change more gradual and manageable, the workers would be paid fairly, and it wouldn't put undue stress on you, the business owner. Other countries already do this. Instead of leaving the minimum wage in the hands of politicians, in countries like France and Australia, economic commissions reevaluate their minimum wage every year, raising it to match critical economic signifiers. It's no coincidence that countries that take this common sense approach also...
Holy fuck, look at Colombia, dude.
Wow.
Fuck, New Zealand...
Minimum wage ratio to average wage.
New Zealand, too. Holy fuck. Where the fuck are we?
Good on them, yeah.
Where are we?
Yeah, where's Canada?
We're not too terribly bad. We're
better than Hungary, but shittier than Korea.
Bro,
at least we're fed.
Bro, we're below we're below fucking Turkey and Luxembourg. We're fucking dog shit.
At least we're fed.
No. Are we're really not. We still have to
The
put
joke is we are not hungry.
we have to fucking put up with a fucking sky high fucking rent, man.
I know, but the joke was just simply we're not the country of Hungary, so we were fed.
Oh god, shut up.
I know, but listen, wordplay's kind of my shtick, okay?
Also have a higher minimum wage relative to the average worker's salary. Unsurprisingly, the
Bro,
US
how the fuck? Hey,
How is the U.S. still shittier than Mexico?
hey, bro. I thought you guys fucking were the greatest country on the planet. How the fuck are
Land
you
of the
losing
free,
to
right?
Mexico? Like, how the fuck does that happen?
And isn't like the America like 5 times the size of Mexico or something? Maybe not by that much, but still.
I don't know. But how the fuck does that happen? Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
America's doing something wrong.
Or they're doing something right. Because you have to try to be bad. Yeah, America is the fucking best at, fucking underpaying workers.
I want to see this graph, and then next to it, just the profit margins of the last, say, month or the last quarter for like big oil companies or shit.
Then America would be like, it'd probably be like this high for this amount, and then big oil would go like, or like just companies in general would skyrocket up there.
Yep.
ranks dead last by this metric. Okay, so let's assume you're on board with the idea that workers should at least be paid a living wage. That inevitably leads us to the next objection. If the minimum wage goes up, they might make more money than other low-paid workers, like teachers. I'm going to ask you to...
And, to that, that just means that fucking companies will have to be competitive with their wages. That's all that means. And if
it's like,
and if they don't want to be competitive with their wages, well, fuck them. Then they deserve to go out of business.
yeah, it's like, listen, if you'll make more money being a teacher than you do flipping burgers, cool, go be a teacher.
Bro, teachers already have to pick up second jobs like flipping burgers just to
I know.
pay shit, and it's so fucking sad.
It is, because a lot of teachers are just people trying to get by. So, like, please treat teachers with respect.
Places in Scandinavia do. There's teachers are often seen on the same level of respect as like doctors or lawyers.
As they should be, because they are educators.
They're educating the next generation. Of course, they should be treated with fucking respect. I just really hope we get like more fucking Marxist teachers being like, you know what? My life is shit. Your life is probably gonna be shit. You know what? Let's just fucking cause a revolution. Why not?
I had mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, but
think about that statement for a moment. If minimum wage workers earn more money, say $15 per hour, still less than what the minimum wage should be, they might make more money than teachers. I would suggest that there's an easy solution here. It's not to demand that the minimum wage stays the same, it's to demand that all low-paid workers get a raise.
Mm-hmm.
This goes back to the strange American delusion that one day you'll be rich. No.
Remember, everyone is just a temporary embarrassed millionaire.
Yep.
Remember.
Oh, no, you'll be rich one day. If that day comes, you'll never know.
I don't remember who it was, but like it was like some American leftist was like, the American dream is a dream because you have to be asleep to imagine it. No,
not wrong.
Dead serious.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
Like I don't exactly remember who said it, but like they're not wrong in that assessment.
They're not. That's kind of the funny thing.
It's a dream because you have to be asleep to imagine it. Like it's fucking crazy. Like, bro, how the fuck? America's fallen off, bro. I'm sorry. China's starting to overtake you guys in like almost every single metric outside of like war crimes.
I don't think we want that metric to go up, I'm going to be honest.
Well, China is from what I understand, China is actually a little bit more, empathetic about that kind of stuff instead of like, you know, when fucking workers go on strike and demand better pay, you know, they'll fucking negotiate with the workers instead of like fucking executing them and like choosing a more fascist leader that's more like friendly towards them.
Fair enough, yeah.
If you're a teacher, a janitor, if you work a trade, if you're in retail, if you sell hours of your life for a wage, you're in the same boat as minimum wage earners. You both deserve to be paid more.
Which is why which is why I always say that if you're, you know, fucking working to earn your money, like, and I mean like actually putting in work, you are like, the fucking minimum wage earners are not your fucking enemies. They're your allies.
They are your best friends in terms of, you know, other people that not only work the same as you, they might work different jobs, yes, but they are still working. They're putting in their time so that way, you know, they can make a living.
They're working.
But
They're working.
that living is killing them.
I mean, Amazon workers have it probably the fucking worst. They have it. They literally have like a fucking ambulance on standby because it's fucking faster to, you know, it's cheaper.
Admit them to a
It's
hospital.
cheaper to admit them to hospital and fucking privately pay for an ambulance on site than, you know, actually giving employees fucking benefits. And there was this one fucking Amazon manager in Alberta who actually quit because he saw how fucking horrible the workers were being treated. He's like, I can't fucking deal with this. I like, there's no fucking reason that my workers should be fucking having to put up with this shit.
So instead of him fighting with the employees, with his workers, he just left?
Yeah, he quit because he couldn't fucking deal with it. It was really big news like a couple years ago.
Right, but I mean, even still, if he couldn't deal with it on his own, there's the beauty of it. He wasn't able to, like, he didn't have to do it on his own. He had all of the workers underneath him that would be like, hell yeah, we'll help you take care of it.
Well, I mean, I think he was more of a conservative guy, so
Right, but I mean, even still,
he probably
asking for that help would have been more than enough.
he probably wouldn't have done that. But like, he recognizes on how dog shit, you know, a lot of these corporations operate. So like, you know, I feel him. I empathize with him. It's
Yeah.
not personally what I would have done, but
Right.
I understand why he did it.
In 2020, the federal government spent over $720 billion on the military. And that was just the base budget.
America loves
When you
war.
account for other aspects of the
Hooray.
so-called defense budget, you get numbers that are alarmingly close.
The funny thing is that like a lot of countries, like after, it was either during or after World War II, they renamed their fucking their like Department of War to Department of Defense.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck are we defending against? Like, yeah, yes, the fucking Iraqi children, you know, fucking wanting to liberate their fucking country because of how dog shit like Western nations made it, and like how fucking unstable we've made it, just to like, I don't know, fucking extract like some oil or some shit. Like, it's so fucking stupid.
It is.
No,
Oh no, we need these defenders. It's like, what are we defending from?
you want to know what we should unironically fucking be defending against? The fucking
The invasive species of like bees.
no, the fucking psychopaths that, you know, fucking Pierre Poilievre's side with. That's who we need to fucking defend against. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Truth.
Fucking Millhouse looking ass.
Close to $1 trillion. $1 trillion in a single year. More money than the next 10 nations combined spend on their militaries.
Bro,
There's
that's
not a
fucking
country on
crazy.
Earth that could even come close to threatening the US.
Bro, that's fucking crazy. Like, how crazy do you gotta be that, like, the next fucking biggest spender spends like half of what you're spending on fucking war? That being China.
Gotta love China.
But like, China, it kind of makes sense that their military budget's a lot higher because like they're a lot like they have America to worry about first of all, as well
Oh
as
shit, we just developed a cycle. America's defending against China and China's defending against America. When will it end?
well, we saw the exact same fucking thing with the USSR and America as well.
Well, yeah, of course.
America just stabbed its fucking ally in the back.
America is just like, you know what we need more of? Fighting. We need to create more fighting.
Well, you want
How do we do that? By taking one of our best friends and shanking him in the taint.
well, no, like America didn't like the USSR to begin with, because you're aware of like the war thing, like the enemy of my enemy is my ally.
Yes.
The USSR and America had the common enemy of the fucking Nazis.
Yep.
But like, they didn't like the USSR either.
Well, of course not.
And like, the only reason why America has continued with its fucking war efforts, like we're guilty of this too as well.
Yeah,
The-
Canada is.
The only reason why is because war is incredibly profitable.
Yeah.
Because you can be a company that supplies your fucking weapons to both sides. Like, it's incredibly profitable.
Yeah.
Like, it's fucking stupid.
And yet we spend all this money on submarines and aircraft carriers and billions of tons of bombs. We have the money to fully fund our schools, invest in new public projects, and improve the lives of all Americans. Our priorities are just out of alignment with what the country actually needs. Walmart made over $129 billion.
Jesus Christ.
Supermarket chains saw an increase of over 39% in their profits.
And that was
during the
ahead of the pandemic.
while their
Jesus.
workers, whom the companies labeled essential, saw little to no increase in pay, despite
Or hazard pay.
Exactly.
Just
because like, I know that they say like frontline workers, like medical staff and all that stuff, they're at high risk of like getting diseases and stuff. But what about like the so-called beginner jobs, like stocking shelves and whatnot?
pumping
They
gas.
have to, yeah.
That's another one too. Like,
But like
if
they have to deal with a lot of people first and foremost, and they have to deal with a lot of stuff that people touch.
as well as a lot of bullshit from people too. Like, if all those fucking people just disappeared tomorrow, the economy would collapse in on itself.
Without a doubt.
Like, that's just how it is. Because they're a necessity to keep fucking the economy running. And, if you don't have people to fucking replace those people and get them trained up, you're just fucked.
Yep.
putting their lives on the line for their employers. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and a handful of their billionaire friends increased their net worth by $1 trillion over the same period.
Which is really fucking funny, considering that the amount that the American working class lost was almost identical to the amount that these guys made.
Isn't it interesting how it's always these bald white dudes?
Like,
Look at Steve Gates, Steve Jobs,
Uh,
one of the three. That guy, the Apple creator, and now you look at Amazon creator over here, Jeff Bezos. Bezos bucks aren't worth shit.
have
I'm
you
gonna be honest. Like I'm waiting
have
for Jeff Bezos to just be like, you know
have,
what? I'm building a house in space
have you heard him
just to say fuck you.
have you heard him laugh?
No, and frankly, I wouldn't want to.
He literally sounds like a fucking Saturday.
Microwave?
He literally sounds like a Saturday morning cartoon villain. Do you want to hear his laugh?
I mean, sure. We'll listen to it after this, I guess. We'll get a Bezos chuckle. Or Bezos, however you want to pronounce his last name. That's the Bezos laugh.
Yeah.
Yep. Saturday morning cartoon.
He's a Saturday morning cartoon villain, my guy. Like,
Beautiful.
the only thing he's missing is like the fucking mustache to twirl.
He's probably got a pet cat somewhere that he strokes on the down low.
Like, that's the only thing he's missing.
He's missing the mustache.
It's just the mustache.
Well, I mean, he could get a fake one like Dr. Eggman.
No, that's too expensive.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, as
These
opposed to
people
his
make
$77 billion that he just earned.
In 2020.
more money in a single hour than the average person will earn in a lifetime. And we're squabbling over giving our lowest paid workers an extra $7 an hour? There is a sickness in America that has been programmed into us over the last 4 decades.
Not just America, all of fucking Western developed nations.
Yep.
We are conditioned to be hyper-competitive, to see earning a living as survival of the fittest, to rely only on ourselves and see others' hardship as evidence of some moral failing. This pull yourself up by your bootstraps mentality has seeped into our national consciousness and completely poisoned our outlook on labor.
Plus, it's also, the phrase is literally meant to be impossible. It's, you can't do it.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if you've looked at your feet recently, but you don't have bootstraps built into yourself.
Well, no, even if you do, you literally can't do it. It's physically impossible.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you ever just sat down on a chair and tried to lift the chair you're sitting on, you're going nowhere fast. So, I
So,
mean, I'm not sure what else you're trying to accomplish with that, but good on you,
what are
I
you
guess.
what are you talking about, brother? I'm gonna go to space with it.
You know what? If you can go to space by lifting yourself up on a chair, I want to see pigs fly.
Ah, it's okay. I'll show you Minecraft.
Like most discourse around money, the minimum wage debate boils down to the fact that Americans are so conditioned to be entirely individualistic that they feel personally attacked when someone else's income inches even a cent closer to their own. It's hard to overcome this mindset. The propaganda of suicidal self-reliance and hyper-individualism makes it incredibly difficult to watch other people succeed. Because deep down, whether we're consciously aware of it or not, watching our fellow workers succeed makes it feel like we have failed. At its core, the minimum wage debate isn't just about the minimum wage. It represents a
Which is why, like, whenever like whenever there's coverage about strikes or unionization, a lot of fucking people are like, "Wait, why the fuck is that happening? Why is this happening?" Because like, and like their demands are actually fucking met. It's just like, well, what the fuck? I'm not getting paid more. I'm like,
Yeah.
and then there's people like me. I'm like, good. They deserve to have more fucking money that they're generating.
Yeah, like I don't care who makes more than I do. If people are making more money, cool. That's more money that they can then use for their own self or their families if they have them.
And like they fucking need it and earned it.
Yeah, like listen, they're busting their ass just like I am. So why do I fucking care if they're making, $30 an hour?
There's no fucking reason why anyone else should not do the exact same thing and follow in their fucking footsteps.
Yeah, like if I see
It,
them be successful from flipping burgers for $30 an hour, fuck it, I'm gonna go and join them.
if you want fucking better working conditions, fucking take some initiative and actually do it.
Yeah, you'll
Don't
gotta fight for that shit.
don't just bitch and moan whenever like someone else or some other workers, fight and win, to get like higher wages or unionize.
a sort of proxy for all class consciousness in America. There's no easy answer here. The process of deprogramming an entire population will be a massive undertaking.
It's even like on an individual level, it's so fucking like, speaking firsthand, it is so incredibly fucking hard to like not like fucking push back against hearing that like every single thing you've heard about your fucking country or how the world works is wrong. It's so fucking hard to like hear that.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter what background you come from, really. Like if you have a worldview, and then literally like some other thing, like something happens, or someone tells you, "Hey, your worldview is complete bullshit, and here's the truth," and you actually realize and recognize that, you're gonna have a hard time believing that.
Well, it is so hard to believe that like everything that you've been taught throughout your life is wrong, that you're just gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're psychotic. Like, it's so hard, to fucking hear that. Like, it was, even like for me myself, it was very fucking hard to hear that as well. It took me
I mean,
years to fucking to deprogram that.
I'm just psychotic in general, so I didn't have a worldview first and foremost. Like I don't. I'm not trying to downplay anything. I just have no concept of what the world needs to be, or what it is right now, or what it should be going to. So I've just been kind of throwing myself into all of my situations and seeing where it lands me.
Yeah, I'm the exact opposite. I have
Given up on everything.
I have the I know exactly everything that you do not know.
And that's why I'm here. I'm willing to immerse myself into knowledge. I will depict fact from fiction because I'll fact check with multiple sources, not just sticking with one person, being like, oh no, what they say is true
Well,
because,
I mean,
well, they haven't steered me wrong before. Why would they do it now?
my like assessments are usually correct. Like, take the Pierre Polyev incident as, or the Pierre Polyev thing as an example. I told you from day one that he was gonna fucking win and become the leader. And what
Hmm.
happened? And
He
what happened?
became leader.
Like
Good old Belarus. He became leader,
like I have been pretty fucking spot on all my assessments and predictions.
Yeah, even before, broadcast stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, no, no, don't worry, Chad. He's not just speaking out his ass here.
But the first step must be a renewed understanding of class struggle. If you
A
are
lot
a
of people
worker,
don't know what
whether
class
you're in
struggle
retail,
is.
food service, transportation, whether you're young or old, from New York or Alabama, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat,
I love
if you
crass
sell
struggle.
hours of your life for a wage, you are working class. The owner class, the people who own the massive corporations, the restaurants, the car dealerships, the people who pay your wage and make million-dollar donations to corrupt politicians, they have a vested interest in paying you as little as possible
Mm-hmm.
because that will maximize their profits.
Which is why a lot of places, if they are able to, will only pay you minimum wage, unless it's like harder labor.
Yep.
Because then because they know that if you're not paid like at least a kind of decent wage, like even if you're like say you're doing construction, no one's gonna work for them then.
Yeah, like, hey, I'm not getting paid enough to put my life on the line for
Because
construction work.
if they could pay minimum wage for that kind of work,
They would,
one
without a doubt,
they
yeah.
would 100% do so, which is why capitalism is always at a state of um what's the word? It's always at a state. It's not at a state of equilibrium. It's the exact opposite.
State of disarray, I
Yeah,
guess.
capitalism has contradictions in itself.
Struggle is not you versus your fellow workers, but all workers versus the obscenely wealthy owner class who refuse to allow America to become the country they claim it is.
Yep.
A country that works for all Americans, not just those at the very top. I mentioned at the beginning of this video.
Yeah, so that's that. I'm kind of glad we had the minimum wage discussion. It was a perfect time to do so.
Definitely.
With minimum wage being on the rise, it's a perfect time to,
Get informed.
debunk every like all this shit. And I honestly think Second Thought did a really.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
He really.
All right, let's. What's this? Yeah. So starting today, it looks like COVID-19 border restrictions will be lifted. So let's
Now, in other
find
big
out.
news we're following for you today, guys, it's been widely expected, and Ottawa has now confirmed that all COVID 19 border measures are being lifted. That's effective as of Saturday. This means mandatory masking, testing, quarantine, and isolation requirements, they'll be gone. The controversial ArriveCan app becomes optional as well. Here's part of today's announcement.
Based on the data accumulated over the last few weeks and months, we are announcing that the Government of Canada will not renew the order in Council that expires on September the 30th and will therefore remove all COVID-19 border requirements for all travelers entering Canada. This includes the removal of all federal testing, quarantine, and isolation requirements, as well as the mandatory submission of health information in ArriveCan.
CBC's Janice McGregor was listening in on the announcement. She joins us now from Ottawa. So, Janice, why is this happening now?
Well, it's interesting, Natasha.
I mean, COVID is pretty much done.
Pretty much, yeah.
So it kind of makes it makes sense that they're doing so, because we haven't seen any like really massive spikes in COVID.
That's true.
Federal Liberals have always maintained that they would make the call on this based on science. And you heard the Health Minister, Jean-Yves Duclos, there.
As well as, like, I think it was either last time or the time before that, the WHO had stated that the COVID-19 pandemic was almost over.
Yeah. And I'm glad that they are going based on legit science and not just like some made up metrics.
I mean, that's what the WHO does.
Right.
They also
like,
they also deal with stuff that like even you probably won't even hear about unless like I
well,
do
yeah,
unless I do coverage of it.
I mean, I hope to not hear much about like the shit that's going on in the world because
I mean,
ignorance is bliss and whatnot.
I mean, Iran is going through like massive fucking protests and shit.
Yeah, and that's important to take note of.
Like, you are aware of what's going on there, right?
I don't know the full context behind that situation, but I do know that there's shit going down.
So a lot of the fucking protests are coming from like women and like how they should be able to choose to wear the hijab or not.
Ah, okay. But yeah, it should be their choice.
Like, I am fully in support for those countries, you know, that force people to wear a certain form of article of clothing. I am fully in support on them on their rights to choose not to wear it, and also vice versa. I am also I also support people who want to wear clothing like the hijab in places like, say, Canada, where you know it's like illegal to wear it, like in fucking Quebec, for example.
It's illegal to wear in Quebec?
Yes. Quebec is
that's fucked.
Quebec is a very Catholic province.
Well, then they would hate me.
Like the funny thing is that like Quebec tends to be a lot more progressive on certain issues, but not so much on others. Like their whole like energy stuff, like how they could do energy and everything, like tends to be a lot more progressive. I think they tend to have a higher unionization rate as well. Like they're less the best way I can put it is that they're less progressive on social things and more progressive on economic things.
Right. But still, like, people should feel free and have the option to wear something like the hijab if they choose to or not. If people do not want to wear it, do not force them. If people would like to wear it, do not force them to not wear it. Like, how fucking hard is that for people to just be like, you know what, wear it if you want to?
I'm fully in support on people deciding, you know, what they should and should not be able to wear. If they want to wear something or don't want to wear something, I think they should be able to do so.
Recent data, accumulated data over the last few weeks that drove this decision. He said to reporters today that based on, what science is saying about new variants and how variants from travelers are no longer having an effect on the way that the COVID virus is evolving domestically in this country, that was why they felt like they could lift these restrictions. But unlike recent statements from the US government, for example, I think we saw politicians and officials today take pretty great care to emphasize that they do not think this pandemic is over. It was interesting. The first person they asked to speak was Deputy Chief Public Health Officer Howard New. He said, look, COVID cases are going to go up this fall. He encouraged people to keep masking, to keep making sure that their vaccinations are up to date. But as of Saturday, you're no longer going to be forced to do those things if you want to cross a border or board a
When were you ever forced to do anything?
I mean, if you wanted to, like, America has always had like this form of uh way of this. Like, if Canadians wanted to get across the border, like, beforehand, they would have to like have proof of vaccination for things like, say, smallpox or polio or stuff like that.
Right.
Like, it's nothing new. Like, America, which is really fucking weird considering that they don't enforce that on their residents or on their citizens. Like, you would think that it would it would implode on itself if that was the case.
Yeah, you'd think so, but surprisingly enough, it hasn't.
But like, it's the thing is that like it's not a new fucking thing. It's always been around. Like,
Yeah, but like
America's always done that.
they've never forced anyone to get it though. Like if you wanted to cross the border, you were supposed to get it. You're not forced to. They're not holding you down against your will, giving you the vaccine, the vaccination shot.
Well, no, if
Kind
you
of wish they did.
a lot of countries also like were like, if you're not fucking vaccinated and you have the opportunity to get vaccinated, you're not allowed to enter the country. As well as, you'd have to fucking quarantine.
Right. But there's no one holding you down and no one giving you the shot.
Like,
you're not being forced to do anything. You're being recommended that you do because, hey, be smart. But listen, people aren't smart.
I do think
People
that
are stupid.
I do think that in some instances there should be some form of being like, okay, enough is enough. I don't give a shit. You're like, especially like at the height of the pandemic, I had this, and it's just like, I don't give a shit. You're getting your fucking shot. Like, it's fucking stupid. Like, if you have like, the thing if you have access to the thing that prevents you from getting like a deadly disease, then why the fuck wouldn't you take it?
Yeah, it's like, hey, I have this drug. What does this drug do? It stops you from dying from this horrible disease. Will you take it? It's like some people would say yes, some people would say no. And then there's that mad scientist from TF2, the medic, who's just like, I have a syringe gun. I'm gonna inject all of you with this cure or this thing that will prevent you from fucking dying. Just because, first of all, fuck you. I want everyone to be vaccinated, to be healthy, to be safe, to be smart. But I don't give a damn what you think because this will make the population live and it will make people not so fucking scared of you because you're the dumbass that didn't want to get vaccinated.
I honestly think that if COVID was a little bit more deadly, I think people would be more inclined to get the vaccine.
In my eyes, I kind of wish that they blew the numbers out of proportion just to scare people into getting the vaccine.
Bro, you already had fucking psychotic hogs that were already saying that shit.
Well, I know.
Doesn't fucking matter. And the only reason why I know about this is because my dad's one of them. So I heard every single fucking thing. Like how they were setting up concentration camps and like gonna be forcing people to get the vaccine. Like that, didn't abide by, the whole fucking like get the vaccine in order to do shit thing. He unironically thought that they were going to be setting up concentration camps and fucking forcing people to get the vaccine. And I'm like, I called him out on this. I'm like, you're a fucking moron. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And
Yeah.
I even told him Justin Trudeau does not have the smarts to even fucking like whip his fucking caucus into agreeing on a federal budget. Do you really think he would be that fucking smart to do something like that? Like, come on.
He can barely keep his caucus together, let alone the entire country's worth of population.
Like I told him, do you honestly think he's that smart? Like, no shot. The only thing I'm glad he has looks.
Listen, the Lord made him beautiful, not intelligent.
Yeah. Like, I am. The thing is I am not afraid to call people out on their bullshit.
Oh no, and never be afraid to call someone out on their bullshit. Hell, even if it's me. Like, fuck, if I'm spewing some kind of bullshit that you're like, bro, Floof, stop. You're not doing this for the betterment of mankind. What the fuck's wrong?
Well,
It's
yeah,
like, Floof, you were doing something great before, and now you fucked it up. What happened?
yeah. And the funny thing is I keep teasing him about it. I'm like, yeah, like whenever he says something psychotic, I'm like, yeah, remember how you said the fucking government was gonna set up concentration camps to force people to get vaccines?
Oh no, right. They would rename it, call them vaccination camps.
I haven't heard that one.
Well, see, right, they need to make it sound a little more pleasing, right? So instead of concentration camps, it will be vaccination camps.
No, but you unironically had dumbass hogs literally thinking that it was going to be concentration camps because they would see fucking like rebel news and like have a fucking like place where migrants would like get their paperwork and like temporarily sit or stay into until their fucking paperwork is processed to become a citizen. Which, granted, yes, I think that those places are fucking psychotic. Like, I actually wanted to know, like, to get to the bottom of it, on like what the fuck, like this whole conspiracy theory was. And no, like, it was very fucking convenient that every single place that he had put places were the exact same places where these refugee camps were at.
Yeah, just very convenient.
And I told him like I'm gonna keep my ears open, and if you say anything else, if you say any of the other locations I listed off, I'm gonna call you out on your bullshit.
Yep.
Because like I'm dead serious about this. I was really fucking curious to see like what the fuck was actually like going on and everything and that led to its own separate rabbit hole of like the refugee camps.
Right.
And like the whole like thing on where that came from is that allegedly, I don't even know if this is true or not, but allegedly like refugees were going into like the cities and everything and like spreading it to them because they had like, from what I understand, the refugee camps had a higher rate of COVID during the pandemic, and like allegedly they would like sneak out and like go to like town or whatever, like get something to eat or whatever.
Yeah.
That's just what I heard. I'm not saying it's true or not.
Right.
I can't verify that, but that's just what I've heard. But like, no, like you had fucking Rebel News being like, oh, like literally showing like one of these fucking refugee camps off and being like, oh, this is a fucking concentration camp that the government's setting up in order to force you to get vaccinated. I'm like, bro, what? This is a fucking refugee camp. What are you talking about? Like, granted, yeah, it's fucking psychotic that it looks like this, but that's what it is. Ugh. Anyways, I want to get onto the Polievre shit.
Fair enough.
Plane or board a train or even board a cruise ship. That was something else that wasn't originally kind of reported about.
Can we just like fucking leave the cruise ships in the docks to rot and fall apart? Cruise ships are fucking stupid. Like, they cause so much fucking pollution. They're not even fun. Like, Who the fuck cares?
Like, can somebody please tell me what's enjoyable about going on a fucking boat?
Like,
Just to not only swim in a fucking pool that's on that goddamn boat? What the fuck kind of sense does that make?
like, but,
I'm gonna pay someone a fuckload of money just to go on a boat and swim in water that's been filtered on that boat.
like,
What? Ah,
I mean, cruise
that
ship.
metal and all the material that could be used to build those fucking cruise ships can be used to build so many other different things for so many more useful things in that
Mhm.
matter.
About this, the
Oh,
cruise
I
ship
am
rules
unbelievably
also
pissed off at that. Cruise ships need to fucking die.
I mean, they're just fucking disgusting. I think they should just be gone.
I'm very passionate about getting rid of cruise ships.
lifting here, including quarantine rules as well for incoming travelers. And as you mentioned,
I thought that was already like lifted.
I thought so too.
the mobile app that was mandatory previously, ArriveCan, now becoming optional, but it is still hanging around. Officials believe that it has been helpful to reduce lineups, for example. Some people, though, want.
Is it weird that I still have COVID alert on my phone?
No, it's not weird.
Like, I unironically still have it on my phone. Find it.
Right. But I think the Arrive Can app is actually pretty like smart.
Yeah.
Like in fact, if they didn't want to if they didn't want to get rid of it, then I would say this would be their perfect opportunity to to make it easier for say immigrants, that want to just move from, outside of Canada to inside of Canada. That would be great. And they could even just make it like a transit app or a transportation service app, right? Where you, let's say
Bro.
Canada, for whatever reason, decides to put in a good transit system like trains,
Good
you
luck.
know?
Good
Yeah,
fucking
I
luck.
know.
The
Good fucking luck
the
there. But
conservatives.
the Arrive Can app could actually help with like, identity, right? Payment information, even though you shouldn't be paying for transit whatsoever. But, a start.
Bro, the conservatives, let alone the liberals, would fucking block that shit so fucking fast.
I know, but this is giving, heedance for smarter people to take advantage of the Arrive Can app and something else that could be developed in the future.
I mean, one thing after like post-COVID that I think is gonna happen is like you're coughing and shit. I imagine you're probably gonna be made to wear a mask.
Oh, you have something tickling the back of your throat and coughed a total of one time? Well, sorry,
Well,
mask up.
well, I'm not even like opposed to that though. Like you're in a confined space with a
Mhm.
lot of fucking people crammed together. It's only a matter of time before someone fucking catches something.
Exactly.
So, like, if you're like fucking coughing like crazy, I imagine they'll probably fuck. Or at the very least, I think that they should.
Yeah, but like if you're working in a place that has a lot of dust, say like you work with saws or drywall, whatever creates a lot of dust, wear a dust mask, please. Save your lungs. You only have the two.
I only need the one.
Wondering if it's
No,
raison
you need
d'etre,
both.
which was originally supposed to be to help you upload your vaccination and your COVID test information. If that goes away, is this mission creep? Are they starting to use this app, beyond what it was originally
I
intended
hope so.
for? That's something to watch. Also, they said fines for people who refused to use the app and tried to cross will not necessarily be waived. They said that's a decision that hasn't been made yet.
I mean, but that makes sense though. If you're not following fucking public health measures during a pandemic, you deserve to be fined out the ass.
Yeah, if you're gonna endanger other humans because your dumbass isn't getting vaccinated, yeah, no, you should be fined for that.
And
It's
the irony in it is it's just the fucking conservative dumbass hogs that are fucking doing it.
exactly.
By the Justice Department. The other thing to note, Duclos today was talking about the importance of moving away from a coercive environment, and that was part of the justification here, acknowledging that, like air crews, for example, were having to bear the brunt in terms of enforcing those rules, and so that was a pressure that they were mindful of. But I think,
I mean, just hop on a fucking a Delta flight.
If you can get on a Delta flight.
We also have to acknowledge there'd be political pressures here on the government to do this. They waited until the end of the summer travel season before they did this. That was a great disappointment to border communities, also to the travel and hospitality industry that really thought that politicians could have found reason to do this much sooner.
Okay. Let's move on to the Pierre Polievre shit now.
Let's move on to Millhouse.
Hello there, I'm Rosemary Barton. Here's what's at
Hello,
issue
Rosemary.
this week.
What a beautiful
Conservative
name.
leader Pierre Poilievre called on the federal government to cancel its planned increase to the carbon tax in
It's not going to
response to
happen.
the rise in the cost of living.
Will the government cancel this tax on Canadian energy? Will they cancel this heartless tax hike now and cancel its plan to triple the tax?
This debate between affordability and the carbon tax comes just days after Hurricane Fiona devastated parts of Atlantic Canada.
We know climate change means more extreme weather events in the coming years.
Tonight, we're asking what is the political debate parties should be having when it comes to planning for that.
I mean, he's not even wrong about that, though.
I know, like that's something intelligent that our librarian has said.
Granted,
maybe he actually picked up a book.
Granted, I think, he should do way much fucking more. I think Canada should be a fucking leader in climate action and not whatever the fuck we are now.
Not a sheep.
Like fucking.
So we need to be the shepherd in technology for climate change, and adapting.
Like, set a fucking president. Like, let's go. Make other fucking countries follow us. And
people should be looking to Canada for solutions, not Canada looking for other people for solutions.
Oh, but
not that there's anything wrong with that, of course.
Oh, but what about the fracking industry and the big oil industry? Okay, fuck them.
Fuck big oil.
Make a new fucking jobs program out there that makes solar panels.
Yeah, make big solar.
They'll fuck and make it fucking public too.
Hell yeah.
Because those people will unironically support the fucking green energy business as for their fucking lives, man.
Exactly. And the funniest bit about solar energy is it's coming from the sun, right? So if people are going to be like, oh, well, wouldn't we have to pay for solar? It's like, listen, you don't have to pay for shit. The sun does all the work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what your daughter does, but you know what? That's for her to decide.
Compensate.
Shitty jokes.
Compensate the sun.
That future, and will Conservatives unveiled their own climate plan? Okay, let's bring in Chantal Hébert, Elamine Abdul-Mahmoud, Abia Raj, and Andrew Coyne. Good to see you all. Chantal, I'm going to start with you. Pierre Poilievre repeating that message all through the week against the carbon tax.
Man, I really cracked myself up with that one.
I guess the timing in a week where many people have lost their homes might be. What did you make of the messaging and the timing?
There are two different policy issues here, and they will be running concurrently. The first is that when it comes to climate change, the future is here. And we saw it this week. And governments, it doesn't matter if the government is conservative, liberal, New Democrat, make your pick, are going to be spending more and more money mitigating the damage from climate change.
The conservatives won't do that. What the fuck are you talking about?
Of course they won't.
Preparing infrastructures for climate change, because preparing probably costs less than repairing. Then there's the debate over the carbon tax, which I think the Conservatives feel is a great winning affordability issue because of gas prices. The only problem that they have is that the federal carbon tax doesn't actually apply in all provinces. Doesn't apply in BC. Someone was asking a Conservative MP today.
Well, not just that. The government doesn't have any fucking control over that anyways. It's mostly big oil. It just jumped after fucking it fucking jumped after the Ukraine invasion.
That have their own carbon pricing system. I've been covering an election campaign in Quebec for a month, and there is a carbon pricing here. There has been before the federal carbon tax. It never came up.
and we're going to talk more about the Quebec election in the next block. But I make the link between the hurricane and the carbon tax, Andrew, because the Conservatives made it themselves. A bunch of them were tweeting yesterday, oh, look, the carbon tax didn't help prevent Hurricane Fiona, which, you know, the logic there is
What?
Who would have
But they were
fucking
the ones that
guessed?
made that connection.
God damn it. The carbon
Yeah.
tax didn't stop a natural
I
disaster.
think the Conservatives are making a calculation which is not necessarily wrong, that we're in a different climate of opinion now than we were 3, 4, 5 years ago. It doesn't mean that opposing the carbon tax is necessarily a winner for them in itself, but it's not necessarily a loser either. And the calculation, it seems to me, is in the next months and years, the economy is going to be the only thing that's on anybody's mind. Affordability, the cost of living, probably going to a recession. And if they frame it as being part of just a sort of meat and potatoes focus on the economy, everything else is extraneous.
I mean, like, the Conservatives aren't even fucking focusing on that, though. Like, maybe the fucking,
anything to do with the reality, climate change is
like, the housing crisis, which they have no fucking plan for. But, like, outside of that, like, they have no other fucking plans.
Wait, they had plans?
They just mentioned it.
Oh, they mentioned that they had plans.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Conservatives, like, all around, this time around, are all talk and no action.
So nothing's changed. Got it.
Exactly.
He's kind of got free range now, and he's not going to have to pay much attention to the anti-vaccine zealots in the future. So he's kind of got free range to have a pretty hardcore economic message in the future, and this may be part of that.
But can you have an economic message, which I think those are all good points, Andrew, can you have an economic message, Althea, without also having a climate plan, given that we see that climate change costs us as this country and as an economy ultimately?
Okay, yes, I'll answer your question in a second.
Yes.
To Andrew's point, there is an overlap with the social conservatives and anti-vaccine people.
Of course there are.
They're not just, like, anti-vaccine people are not just social conservatives. So I'm not sure that I agree that he...
Well, they're not just, but primarily.
Yeah, a vast majority of them are, though.
Talking about axing the carbon tax for years, and he is not going to change his mind. I mean, in fact, he is still fundraising. He's still data grabbing on his, like, Care for PM.
He's still probably fundraising too.
So that we can get your information and the Conservative Party can contact you. Do they need to have a plan now? Frankly, I don't think so. He's already talked about what would be in his plan. His plan would try to solve climate change through technology. He's talked about small modular nuclear reactors. He's talked about carbon sequestration. He's talked about...
When has he ever brought this up? I have never heard any of this.
Mining in critical minerals to help electrification. At the same time, though, he's also saying he's going to get rid of the tanker ban on the West Coast. He's going to build pipelines east, west, and to the...
So he's just... So his plan for fighting climate change is making it worse.
The Conservatives are elected.
What a fucking brilliant leader that the Conservatives have.
Absolute genius. He goes, all right, the world is on fire.
Let's pour gasoline on it.
Exactly. I was just about to say we're gonna make it better by pouring gas on the fire.
Ugh, so fucking stupid, man. Just like, how are we gonna fight capitalism? With more capitalism. He unironically holds that fucking position.
Exactly. Even so, he's just like, money? Throw more money at the problem.
No, change to crypto.
Oh, right. Just change the type of money and then scam people out of that money because it's digital.
I mean, he's a fucking crypto bro. Which is like...
Right. He doesn't need digital stuff to scam people.
Chantal wants in quickly, and then Elamine.
My point about the Quebec election wasn't about the Quebec election. It is about the fact that the issue of gas prices and someone should promise to bring them down by removing carbon pricing did not happen. And I have been watching Question Period, and I do see that the Liberals see the risks, and they are trying to shift the argument to economics, i.e. Other countries the US, to name one, and the EU will not be wanting to buy our products unless we look like we're serious about addressing climate change,
America.
which is probably a fair argument.
Yes, because America's serious about
one,
climate
that
change.
probably have, at this point, is probably not eager to have what? It would be the fourth election in a row that we would, relitigate carbon tax. I don't think that is where Canadians are at. But I do think that it is a winner in one particular word, which is tax. I think reminding right now people that the Liberals are about taxing people has been exactly his whole plan and his whole shtick. And so reminding people that, you know what, not only is there a carbon tax, but it's going to keep going
up. The Conservatives introduce and have higher tax rates than any other fucking government in Canadian history.
Climate change plan. Maybe that, I think what they're trying to create is kind of an impressionistic idea of the Liberals, of the idea of the Liberals as a party that is really interested in taking more and more of your money, and
which is going to fail.
Climate or something else, I think they're totally fine with that. There will come a time when they will need to put forward a climate plan, but I don't think they're too worried about what they say right now affecting that future climate plan.
Andrew?
Which is, let us remind people, is a joke, because if you have any kind of a plan at all to fight climate change, if you do it by regulations and subsidies, every study shows it costs more than carbon pricing does.
Yeah.
It's just that the costs are hidden from people. And it may be that there's a section of the voters out there who know that kind of at the back of their heads. That they
and like the regulations and shit,
substantially.
It doesn't really affect like the average everyday person.
Exactly.
It hurts more of the fucking it hurts more of the fucking companies than anything.
Yeah.
Which, regulation in that regard, like for emissions, is inherently good.
Of course, getting as little of that shit in the air as possible.
Althea, let's start with you. For people who haven't been watching this campaign as closely, what
frankly, I haven't cared.
We are headed into voting day on Monday, and it does seem as though François Legault will secure government.
I mean, also the Ontario things won't really affect us.
That would have been the read when the election campaign
No,
started.
this is Quebec.
So I don't think that's.
They're
I mean, does it really matter?
They're talking about the Quebec election. I have no clue what's going on there.
Did I say Alberta?
Ontario.
That one. Just a province that's not the one that we're part of.
I've only done like the whole like election thing for Ontario, mostly because I knew for a fact it was gonna be fucking awesome, and I was right.
I mean, Ontario gave us some legends.
Oh, I still miss Rob Ford, man. I miss him smoking crack.
Yeah.
Sad he's gone. He's way better than fucking Dougie.
I mean, Doug's not really that interesting.
Is that the relationship between Quebec and Ottawa will remain really frosty, and that Ottawa,
when has it not been though?
Mr. Legault using the notwithstanding clause again will be worried about challenges to the use of the notwithstanding clause, and here I'm talking about Bills 21 and Bill 96, which strip minority rights, and so it is not going to be an easy relationship.
Which Quebec has been very supportive of. Which is fucking crazy.
It's definitely not smooth sailings, but there will be
supportive for the reduction of minority rights?
Yes.
The Liberals looking at the provincial Liberals, or the Conservatives looking at Mr. Duhem and where there might be potential gains for them to be made, and how that message resonated with the population.
Oh wait, we should probably go to the person in Quebec next. So Chantal, what do you think this election will change, if anything?
Well, it's been interesting because I don't think the words Justin Trudeau crossed the outgoing and incoming premier's lips over the course of a month of campaigns, which is a surprise. The Ottawa bashing section of the campaign, it didn't happen. And it wasn't because there were not opportunities, but for some reason, I think Premier Legault looked at...
It's because they're pussies. They won't fucking do it. They're fucking pussies. They won't do it. Like, they should just grow a pair and, like, fucking bash Justin Trudeau. There's plenty of things to fucking bash him over.
Like not being a legit librarian.
No, I'm referring to more or less of, like, not fucking resolving like any of the fucking issues that Canadians have. You know, fucking there's just a lot of shit.
Yeah, a lot of real shit. Not fake shit like the whole librarian joke.
He is a fucking librarian. He's a sexy librarian. He's my sexy librarian.
Good, you can keep him.
Losers, but from the start to today, he has been the sorest winner I have ever watched campaign. Grumpy, not unpleasant, going out. The same person who was such a unifier over the COVID has become someone who just doesn't want to put up with contradictions, and that tells me that I expect that between Monday and the next Quebec election, François Legault will retire.
Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds like someone who maybe doesn't actually want the job anymore. I don't know.
I would be surprised if he does.
I mean, I think there's a few interesting takeaways for me. One is Legault's management of being able to have his cake and eat it too when it comes to Bills 96 and 21, by sort of making the argument of saying, you know what, we don't actually need to put forward such a nationalist argument. We can be able to protect a lot of what is important to us by taking the fight to Ottawa, by saying, you know what, we dare you because we are willing to make.
So what? Repressing the rights of Muslim people?
You see, you can't trust what that guy's saying because he's from BuzzFeed.
Is he?
Yeah, just like rewind a little bit. You can see that he's from BuzzFeed.
Shit.
Yeah, you think he's intelligent?
No.
We have elected. It is a surprise to see it sort of, at least get you up to 20% in the polls in Quebec. Does that have staying power? No one's really sure. Does that have staying power beyond particularly the pandemic and the ways that the pandemic has restricted people? I don't know, but I think it is an interesting kind of blueprint to watch emerging.
But like, literally every country had fucking restrictions outside of maybe like fucking outside of like maybe America.
Yeah.
Will win second in the popular vote in this election and finish with one seat. The Liberals could finish third or fourth, but be the official opposition. The CAQ will get less than 40% of the vote, perhaps, but 80% plus of the seats.
Probably.
He got elected last time on a promise to reform the electoral system, and then as soon as he got in, as parties often do, forgot about it or reneged on it.
Almost always,
but
really.
I think you
Yes.
may well see renewed calls for coming out of this.
Yeah.
It is certainly not going to mean peace on the federal provincial front. Not so much as a matter of feuding with the federal Liberals, but the bills that François Legault has brought in already, Bill 21 and Bill 96, are frontal assaults on the constitutional order in Canada. They are deliberate attempts to go against basic constitutional principles. Bill 96 purports to be able
Bill
to
96.
unilaterally amend the Constitution, potentially in areas that are absolutely rock solid language guarantees in the Constitution, for example. And there is more to come on the immigration front, for example. So I don't think we're headed for any kind of constitutional peace in this country, far from it. And of course, we've also got...
That's what happens when you have a bunch of psychotic hogs doing so, though. Or like trying to push for this. It's fucking crazy.
I was struck by a line in Pierre Polievre's acceptance speech when he talked about how Conservatives in the rest of Canada could learn from the Quebec Conservatives' example. That is to say that
they're bootlickers.
As nationalists in Quebec, they are not the progressive nationalists of old. They are conservative nationalists.
Which is way fucking worse.
Wokeism, however you want to define that. And the kinds of things that conservatives in the rest of the country have also been railing against. Yeah. This is interesting because when nationalism was to preserve...
Are they going to try and use wokeism as like a legitimate term now?
The funny thing is if you ask like a fucking conservative what, the definition of woke, they don't even know what the fucking definition of woke is. They think it's like, I don't know, having a fucking fat, no, not that. It would probably be like having like, I don't know, like a black Little Mermaid or black Ariel.
Oh man, I hope in the next Disney film they make the main character Hispanic.
Like,
or you're
like,
a person of color.
Like, that's what they think. They think wokeism is like having the Little Mermaid be black. Like, who gives a shit?
Have expressed a preference for parties like the CAQ or the Conservative Party of Quebec, which are right of center. And that is a hard number.
Right of center? I believe that the Liberals are right of center. What?
I think when it comes to the Conservatives, the federal Conservatives here, strategy with regards to Quebec happened this week. The federal Conservatives changed their vote. They used to vote with the Bloc on issues of languages, of protecting the French language, and I won't get into the weeds, but the entire French caucus, too, the Quebec caucus, voted with the party unanimously to support the government and voted against the Bloc. And I think that's a huge signal that they are now going after anti-notwithstanding votes in Ontario and not the courting of the Quebec Francophone voters as they had for the last two elections plus, actually.
Okay, I got to wrap it up, even though I can see Chantal's got 5 more things to say, but I got to go. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. I'll see you next week.
Why is it always the people named Chantal that are smart?
Yeah. All right. What's this one? Oh yeah, that's right. Pierre Polievre's wife has been targeted for like rape threats, which, to be honest, or to be fair, even though I do not like Pierre Polievre, this shit should not be happening.
So, were people making rape threats to Milhouse's wife?
Yes.
Okay.
Like,
I was gonna say, if Milhouse's wife was making rape threats to other people, that's something new.
Well, it's fucking Nazis doing it though.
Still, it's not cool to do irregardless.
Like,
just don't send any kind of threats to people, please. Just don't.
Like, granted, I don't like this fucking Milhouse looking ass, but like, come on, that's not fucking cool. I had the exact same fucking stance when, you know, these dumbass hogs were like fucking threatening Justin Trudeau and like wanting to fucking kill him. I'm like,
yeah, don't send death threats, don't send rape threats. As much as you may hate what the person does or who they are,
like, it's not.
Don't threaten them. It's not worth the energy.
It's not fucking cool.
Is hot.
The threat was streamed live. 2 members of a far-right extremist group talking about sexually assaulting Anaïda Polievre, the wife of official opposition leader Pierre Polievre. And a warning, the details are graphic.
I'd be like, we should. Let's rape her. Like, we have these conversations. We target people we may power rape in the future. Oh, dude. No. We'll just be like,
lock them up. Just lock them up.
These are the people that need to be thrown in prison.
Lock them up.
Lock them up.
Like, I'm sorry. Lock them up.
Please. They're not doing us any favors.
Ugh. They need to get some fucking counseling, man.
Well, I mean, who knows? Maybe it would help, but don't put all your eggs in one basket.
It's not really a sex thing. It's like we just want to show people that we can do things to you if we want to.
Oh, you're a big fucking man. Look at you go. Sitting online like me, probably like fat as fuck, being like, "Oh, I can show you that I can do things, brother. I'm not afraid of the popos. I back the blue. They're my allies, brother. Yeet."
I mean, they're probably blowing the boys in blue to not get thrown in prison because of it.
I mean, the thing is that we have like the fucking Charter of Rights and Freedoms, like, doesn't allow for that kind of shit. Like, yeah, we have freedom of speech, but not freedom from consequence is the thing. Because the thing is that like people automatically assume just because they have freedom of speech that automatically assume that they're going to have freedom of consequence. No, that is not how that works.
And that's not how it should ever work. Freedom of consequence and freedom of speech are 2 very different things.
Mm-hmm.
The voice is Jeremy Mackenzie's. He was a participant in the Freedom Convoy, which occupied Ottawa, and is the founder of a far-right group called
Diathlon. What a fucking loser. Bro, conservatives have the worst fucking names for shit. Like, it's so fucking lame. Like, get a better fucking name for your group. Like, if you're gonna be doing shit, at least have a fun fucking name.
Exactly. Don't go with something dumb that I would make up, like Dougal McFlipple shits or
Like,
something.
I honestly think that it depends, because leftists have pretty fucking shit, like, groups too. Like, they have pretty shit names for groups too. Like,
I mean, hell, it's nothing better than what I came up with.
but like, I think that I don't know. I think liberals might have the best fucking naming conventions, man. Because they're just,
do they just put like cheeseburger in front of something?
I don't know. They just have fun.
You know what? And fun is all I really expect from them at this point.
Related to the convoy, ranging from assault to harassment.
Yeah.
Despite being seen shaking hands with Polievre at a campaign event, Mackenzie.
How much do you want to bet that this motherfucker saw his wife and was just like, oh, she's hot, brother. She's hot. The things I would do to her, brother. Like, how much?
Listen, he has a beard for one reason, and you can see the moisture dripping off of it already.
Fucking nasty.
I know.
Like, I believe anyone knew better. This is what no pussy does to a motherfucker. You get way too big into conspiracy theories and Nazi shit. You know, you just groom yourself, go take a shower, lose a little bit of weight, and go get some pussy. You won't be having to worry about that kind of shit now.
Exactly.
He is a critic from the far right.
He is, because of that leadership.
Bro, what? He's a critic? In which regard? That he's not fucking racist enough? Like, what the fuck?
We already know that he's sexist.
I mean, of course, bro. Every fucking far right extremist is a sexist. Like,
I mean, that's probably one of the prerequisites.
Like, what? Is, like, Pierre Poilievre not fucking racist enough for you? Is it because he's Italian? Hey.
Well, I mean, it's okay to make fun of Italians.
Racism against Italians? That's not a thing. Oh, man. Fucking love that joke from Eric from Internet Comment Etiquette. Racism against Italians? That's not a fucking thing. Oh, it was so funny. I don't know why everyone loves shitting on Italians, but it's so much fun though.
Because Italians are very expressive with their disdain for
Hey,
others.
what you talking about?
They just want to make pizza.
Part of the state to which they are so opposed.
Hey, Luigi.
They're also targeting Anita Polievre because she's from Venezuela, says this expert.
Oh, okay. That makes that makes perfect sense.
So she's Venezuelan. That's the problem.
Dumbass hogs fucking love and hate Venezuela at the same time.
Okay, wait.
They love
why they hate them first.
Why they hate them?
Yes,
they're
that's way more interesting.
They're brown.
Oh. Well, I guess it's not much more interesting now, is it?
And the reason why they love Venezuela is because they constantly use it as a talking point of socialism doesn't work. I'm like, and to those people I say, you are aware that Venezuela had a lot of fucking pressure from America, as well as a lot of external influence and corruption within its political system, right? And they're like, no, brother, it's all socialism's fault. Like, no, shut up. You know, not.
Plug their ears.
La la la.
Old stock Canadian, I think is, also highlights the fact that it's because she's a woman of color.
On Twitter,
I called it, bro. Fucking.
Of course.
I fucking called it. Pre-watched Andy, bro. I fucking pre-watched Life.
Pre-watched Life. Maybe you do have the Monado. I'm gonna start calling you Shulk from now on.
I mean, of course I have the Monado. I've showed it to you.
I know you have. And no, that's not a euphemism, chat. Get your minds out of the gutter.
But I fucking called it. Fucking pre-watch Andy on Life, man.
Have called them dirtbags and losers.
Okay, that is actually funny.
Yo, Melhouse saying something that has a little bit of weight to it.
That
Dirt bags and losers.
Okay, that's actually funny. You usually hear that shit for like liberals, not like his fucking supporting base. That's fucking awesome, man.
And his family, now the latest public figures to face a plague of online hate directed at politicians, journalists, and women of color.
The kind of hatred that we've seen increasingly in public discourse and in the public sphere. It's important that we all stand up and condemn that.
That sort of, I guess, attitude or behavior is unacceptable in any democratic society.
In an interview with the Canadian Press, Mackenzie says he was drinking when he made the comments, and nobody...
Sure,
Sure. Oh no, I was intoxicated. That's always the basic bitch move.
They either use that or it's freedom of speech. It's one of the two. What a fucking pussy. Come on, pussy. Fucking say it. Say it with your chest.
Yeah, you know what? Stick your chest out. You know, stand up tall. Say it with pride.
Like, what a fucking pussy, man. God damn it.
What are these medals on his jacket? Is he supposed to like have won something?
No,
he doesn't look too important.
I believe that this one here might be like a reference to like the Iron Cross or something.
Okay, but like
he's a far right person. It's probably some like fucking Nazi shit.
Probably, yeah.
But yeah, well, fucking pussies, man. They show up when a bunch of fucking liberals hear about like their fucking protest, and they counter protest with like thousands more. They're such big fucking pussies that they back off when, you know, libs hear that, you know, they're fucking planning on protesting. They're so fucking scared about like every little thing that they say because they think that Justin Trudeau's a communist and gonna lock them away and all that shit. God, they're such big fucking pussies, man.
Meant any harm by it. The RCMP says it is investigating, but have not determined if charges will be laid.
I mean, let's be real. They probably won't be. The
leader of the Liberal Party has an opportunity to respect the fact that heating your home in January and February in Canada is not a luxury. And it does not make those Canadians polluters. They're just trying to survive. This from a prime minister who burned more jet fuel in 1 month than 20 average Canadians burn in an entire year. So will the prime minister ground the jet, park the hypocrisy, and axe the tax hikes?
On this side of the house,
Bro, do you expect him to fucking go with a bunch of psychopaths on a fucking plane that, you know, probably want to fucking kill him? Like, granted, I probably would fucking do it Justin Trudeau if I was in his position. Like, I don't want to be surrounded by psychopaths that want to fucking kill me.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone wants to be around psychos that want to kill them either.
Even though, like, I have a very big disdain for fucking, people who use fucking private jets, but, you know, if their safety is in fucking jeopardy, you know, it's a little bit understandable.
Yeah, you're not using it for leisure at that point. You're using it for safety.
Like, it's fucking...
So,
it's fucking stupid.
And those working hard to join it, remember
I got
that
pee.
line that was repeated time and again by Justin Trudeau after 2015, but also on the Conservative side, because basically what we've seen all week, culminating in today's question period, is a remake of the Carbon Tax is Killing You movie that the Conservatives used over the last term of Stephen Harper and moving forward, possibly because they know that the carbon tax is probably the last thing the Liberals are going to drop. But they've had that battle a few times.
Well, the carbon tax doesn't
they
even
have lost
affect the
it
working
a few
class.
times.
Or, you know, any of us that make,
what did you make of
you know,
this
the
first
ends
encounter?
meet.
I mean, it's early yet, but of course, it's also theater that is not for all Canadians to consume. It's for people like us. And having said that, you know, as we sort of look at a theater like that, I think one thing that sort of stood out to me is that it appears very clear that Pierre Poilievre is Pierre Poilievre's best political weapon. He was the kind of person who used to make these
yes,
attacks
Milhouse is
so
his own
that the
best
leader
weapon.
of the party didn't have to.
No.
Now he's the leader of this party, and he has to kind of shoulder that burden. I think he has to kind of walk an interesting fine line between being a little bit too aggressive, but also, seemingly kind of being on message. So I do think that it was a great
Are you
question period
aggressive or are you
performance. It's just
passive?
I don't think
There's no
we're
in
used to seeing
between.
this kind of performance from a leader. Usually you defer that to one of your attack dogs. But in this particular case, he is that attack.
Althea?
I would say they've all become attack dogs. It was interesting to be in the house today. It felt different. I would say that. I mean, it may not have been very exciting. I would say it was a little bit more exciting than watching paint dry, but it definitely did not live up to the
Wait.
hype.
Only
What
a
was
little
clear
bit
was
more
that
exciting?
both the prime
We get to see
minister and the leader of
Milhouse
the
and
official
the
opposition
freaking
seemed to
sexy
really
librarian
be
go at it.
enjoying their new roles, and they seemed to be having a lot of fun on both sides of the aisle.
They are
I would
having
say the
fun.
most
They're
interesting thing
debating.
that happened this week in the House of Commons was really on Tuesday when Mr. Poilievre had his first question period, and Randy Boissonneau from the Liberals stood up and said what we were going to see, what the Canadians were going to see over the course of several weeks and months, was two competing visions about the future of the country and what both parties think is best. And that, I think, is true. It wasn't really
And they
reflected
never
today.
explained what those
But,
visions
you
are,
do
did
have
they?
a very conservative leader of that party.
They don't have
now.
a plan laid out.
Somebody
They're
who
not going to
really
tell
does
you what
believe
their
that there should
vision
be
is or how
no
it's going
tax
to,
hikes on Canadians,
take
who
effect
believes
or
that
how long it's
the
going to
best
take
social
effect.
safety net
And the
is
fact that it's going to
your
be a
family
long
and
and
your
tedious
community.
process
That is
just
a
to
very
get
different
this
vision
thing
than the
that we
vision of the
need
Liberal Party.
into
And
our
so I
hands.
think that we are going to see change. It may not have been fireworks today, but
Are
there
we
will
going
be
to see
lots to
change?
disagree on and lots on policy to disagree on.
Yep, Andrew?
Well, there certainly serves them
What did I
both to
miss?
try to emphasize.
Not much. Just talking about, how Pierre Poilievre is his own attack dog.
I mean, they are right about that.
They are.
How vast the gulf is between them in rhetoric.
But yeah,
when you
nothing
actually
important.
Yo, there's a fucking Trump rally? Bro, that's fucking awesome.
Where?
I fucking love Trump rallies, man.
Trump rallies. They're still happening.
Yeah, fuck yeah, they're happening.
Oh my days. Are people still trying to get Trump back in office?
I mean, of course.
I don't even know why I posed the question, but
Oh my god, he's pushing like Jewish conspiracy theories and like how they're behind everything. That's fucking awesome.
yeah, hear that, America? I'm coming after you.
I miss Trump, man.
You better run away from me and my Jew fro.
I miss Trump, man. I miss seeing that pussy.
Of course you do. I just miss seeing his tiny hands.
There's not a huge amount to divide between them, especially since they've both kind of moved together on a couple of issues. The Tories on not opposing the doubling of the GST credit for low-income Canadians, and the Liberals, as we'll discuss, moving on the airport COVID restrictions. And question period. We were reminded of some of its virtues and its defects, and maybe I'll just dwell on the defects for time's sake.
Oh, fuck.
Questions that weren't questions, answers that weren't answers, and huge exaggeration of the stakes. So the Liberals want to bring in increased social benefit programs to deal with the affordability questions. And the Tories want to have tax freezes, so not allowing taxes to increase. Those are both worthwhile things, but to hear either side, either the Liberals are going to reignite inflation with these relatively minor increases in benefits, or if you heard the Liberals talk about it, by freezing the rate of increase on EI and CPP contributions, it's going to mean the end of these programs. Right. So as I say, they both parties tend to exaggerate the divides and the stakes between them because it suits both of their bases to do so. Whereas in Canada, the differences are usually between the 45-yard lines.
Chantal wants in there, yeah.
I do think, though, that there are parties in the House of Commons that are probably worried about how this is increasingly being framed, and it works for both the Conservatives and the Liberals as a Justin Trudeau versus
Bro, we've already discussed this shit before. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting kind of fucking bored hearing these libs talking about it.
According to exclusive Ipsos polling for Global News, 40% of people identified affordability and the cost of living in their top 3 most important issues. 35% named healthcare, followed by the economy at 23%. Meanwhile, Pierre Poilievre has overtaken Justin Trudeau as the preferred candidate for Prime Minister.
It doesn't matter, he's still gonna fucking lose.
Yep.
Because the fact that he's siding with like far-right extremists is going to push moderate conservatives to vote liberal because they see how fucking psychotic he is. And I mean, liberals will vote for liberals either way.
Yeah.
Because they also see how fucking psychotic Pierre Poilievre is. And, you know, it's also gonna push NDP voters to be like, yo, this guy is fucking psychotic. There's no shot he's going to be fucking prime minister. So they're gonna tactical vote with fucking libs. Like, Pierre Poilievre is gonna fucking lose. Like, if things go as I think it might go, there is a non-zero chance we could see a majority liberal government. Because even though even though the polling says that fucking Pierre Poilievre is like the preferred fucking choice, that means shit.
Yeah, preferred to who?
Canadians. But it's but it's only like a third of Canadians at like, which doesn't mean shit. Like,
it's a small amount.
I have a feeling it's going to be another minority liberal government, but there is potential for like a non-zero potential chance for being a majority liberal government because of how dog shit the opposition is.
Yeah.
Like, he's just a psychopath. A fucking psychopathic loser.
Poilievre receiving 30.
And like the thing is we saw the exact same thing like last time with Aaron O'Toole, if I remember correctly, and I know for a fact Andrew Scheer.
Yeah.
Like, the Conservatives were pulling ahead the Liberals in like the last 2 elections, and they still fucking lost. So it means nothing. My fucking sexy librarian's gonna win again.
No matter how many votes you buy, you can never beat out tactical voting.
No. It doesn't matter though. He's gonna fucking lose.
He will lose.
5% support compared to Trudeau's 31%.
Okay, but that's not even a wide margin though. That's actually a very small margin, all things considered.
Yeah. Oh no,
like
a whole 4% difference.
4 points? That's nothing. Trudeau can easily make that no problem. As long as he actually like does his campaign promises, it's case closed. He will automatically win. Granted, I don't think he will. He might do like a couple.
Well, he won't go on all of his campaign promises.
But the thing is I honestly don't think Pierre Poilievre has a chance of defeating Justin Trudeau, because he's supporting the most fucking psychotic reactionary people in the country.
Mm-hmm.
I think what we're seeing in terms of leadership right now is just genuine disaffection with the Prime Minister's leadership. He's the last 2015 he was a darling. 2019 he was a disappointment, and now that we're in just past the 2021 election, there's a significant segment of Canadians who just don't like him and don't want him to continue and really.
Well, yeah, but when the opposition provides us such dog shit options, it's understandable that people will want to have fucking this disappointment of a PM in fucking charge over those psychopaths.
Listen, I would rather be disappointed than dead.
Like, you literally had fucking Aaron O'Toole saying the Nazi parts out loud. So,
yeah. Like, maybe not word for word, but it might as well have been.
Bro, he was literally saying that cultural Marxism was a problem.
Oh. Okay, well then maybe he was saying it word for word.
He was saying the Nazi parts out loud, my guy. The conservatives have gotten way too comfortable being fascist.
They have.
So, and like most people that I know say that they would rather support NDP.
Right.
But they know that fucking Jagmeet Singh won't have any chance.
Yeah, and that sucks.
Why I think
So
we
I
need.
mean, the librarian that we have now is the best out of the worst.
Honestly, I think this upcoming election, I honestly think it'll be another minority liberal government.
I mean,
fucking Pierre Poilievre is very unpopular. Yeah, Justin Trudeau is unpopular too, but Pierre Poilievre is like drastically more popular.
yeah.
And he's also a fucking psychopath too. Plus he's also like dividing his party as well.
Good job, Millhouse.
So I honestly think that Justin Trudeau is going to win again. I would be surprised if he doesn't.
Don't have a lot of appreciation for his leadership. Now, there are also people who do appreciate his leadership, but it's pretty clear that the plurality of Canadians right now are looking for alternatives. And now that Mr. Poilievre's,
I honestly think that those that were already fucking racist and like voting fucking liberal are probably gonna vote for Poilievre, but I imagine that there'll be more of a surplus of old school conservatives who see the psychotic nonsense that Pierre Poilievre is saying and will vote against him. And then once they get like a new fucking leader for the conservatives, they'll probably go back to voting conservative. I honestly think that the NDP might have an upmark in votes.
We'll see. I would actually really like it if, the NDP voters that are tactically voting for our Trudeau, our librarian, if they would, say not this coming election, but the next one afterwards, if all those tactical NDP voters were to actually vote NDP,
Well,
Jagmeet Singh might actually have a chance.
Well, here's the thing with that though. The only reason why they tactically vote because they see how dogshit the conservative leadership is, and they know for a fact that if they don't fucking they're convinced liberals to vote NDP, very fucking hard to do. Or if they don't tactically vote against the fucking conservative leadership, we'll have another fucking another conservative leadership. And like, the funny thing is that like, the fucking conservatives that I'm talking about that might switch over are like your fucking Stephen Harper conservatives.
Right.
So that's honestly what I think is going to happen. Like I said, there is a non-zero chance that the liberals could have a majority government.
Yeah.
Because if they get a surplus of voters from the Conservative Party that swap over to Liberal, that were like more of like a Stephen Harper-esque kind of person, like kind of voter, they get a surplus amount of those, and like the fucking tactical voters that they'll get anyways, there is the possibility of them getting a majority. I honestly think it's probably going to be a minority liberal government, but the election time is very, very far away, so really anything can happen.
Yeah, only time will tell.
But that's just what I'm predicting. Because if Pierre Poilievre gets more fucking psychotic, it's only going to become more unpopular. And push
going to be less voters forward.
And he's going to push those moderate conservatives away.
Yeah.
You know, the fucking voter base that's very crucial for him to win.
Surprisingly enough, yeah.
which I don't even think he'll win because he has to win over fucking liberals too. I mean, he's trying to fucking win over progressives, but progressives laugh at him, so there's that.
Well, I mean, they're progressive after all.
Come on the scene, not so much as a result of anything that he's done or said, but really more as a result of people looking for something else other than the current prime minister. It's given Mr. Poliev a bit of a boost. So it's not that people have all of a sudden rallied to Pierre Poliev. It's that they're really not happy with the leadership they're getting into the country. They've personalized it, just as the Liberal Party asked them to personalize it as Justin Trudeau. It's Justin Trudeau's Liberal Party. Well, guess what? They've done it. And when something makes you really strong, as it did in 2015, the potential for it to make you quite weak as time goes on is there as well. And that's what we're seeing. So it would be a misinterpretation, I think, right now to see anything that we're getting out of public opinion surveys, other than from people who really are following politics really closely as a reflection of what they actually think about Pierre Poliev. It's really more of a general reaction to what they think about Justin Trudeau. Inflation has now emerged as the new crisis. They're saying the cost of living,
but
how it's affecting
Justin Trudeau,
and they're looking out to the three political
Canada.
Trudeau can't control the oil prices. That's big oil and the companies.
Like worldwide, Canada is doing one of the best when it comes to like fucking inflation rates and everything. That doesn't mean we're handling it great, but comparatively, we're doing a very fucking good job on it.
Like, yeah, like the situation's still shit, but we're trying.
We're one of
the effort's there.
We're one of the better countries or first world countries to do so.
Yeah.
Like
the effort is
I mean, yeah, granted, people are fucking upset about that. Like, who wouldn't be?
I mean, you and I are, so fair enough.
Like, understandably, but like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, we're doing way better, like, fucking globally than like a vast majority of our allies. Like, there's just so much that goes into it. And like I said, I honestly think that Justin Trudeau's another election. I would be surprised if he doesn't.
Yep.
Major political parties in this country, and they're saying, I'm not seeing anything that suggests to me that you have a plan for dealing with this.
I mean, of course they don't, bro.
Mr. Trudeau is being evaluated based on his performance because that's the experience that people are living day to day. But for Jagmeet Singh and for Pierre Poliev, it's simply that they haven't heard anything. And haven't been able to build confidence around any sort of plan that they believe that will get things back on track. Doesn't mean that both leaders aren't necessarily talking about this. It basically what it is that people just aren't in a political kind of election sort of frame of mind right now, and they're not really
looking
at anybody else other than the government's performance to decide what they think about what's happening in terms of turning the economy around and getting inflation under control. One of the things that we saw in the
here's the wild thing. I think that if the NDP runs someone else that isn't Jagmeet Singh, I actually think they have a chance of winning.
Really?
Yes, I honestly think so.
Can you explain why you think so?
Well, first reason is that he's brown. Like, that's just the sad reality of the truth. The first reason is that he's brown, which I mean, personally to me, I don't really give a shit about that.
Right, the color of your skin shouldn't matter.
Bro, like,
first and foremost.
Bro, I fucking met liberals that are racist. So
yeah.
So there's that. As well as like it's not really fucking like actually pushing for anything really. Like he's
more like a bystander.
He's pushed some things along or managed to get some things passed because the liberals are going to side with the NDP when it comes to like bills and stuff. But I honestly think that if they ran someone else who was more like pro worker, I honestly think that they probably could win.
Yeah.
Because especially with a lot more young people turning out to elections.
Yes.
Which is arguably one of the most like largest voting demographics now or currently, I honestly think that they can win.
Right, because if like the NDP like had like changed who was leading them, right, and then they're just like, all right,
As
worker first,
as well
and
as
then they had actually kept their like campaign promises of worker first, then that would tell all of our younger voters, right, which make up more and more of the voting base, is okay, we're the young workers. We want what's best for us, so we're gonna vote NDP.
well, as well, like not only that, like on top of that, there's also like a lot of young people are recognizing that the current system that we operate under just isn't working. So they want like fucking something new, something fresh.
We need a new operating system.
As well as someone who doesn't like use a bunch of like fucking fancy words either. I honestly think that a left-leaning politician, NDP, that sounds more like Trump, like unironically, like, and has like Trump's charisma, would easily secure
leadership in Canada.
A leadership in Canada.
I mean, that's something that I must give Trump. He's got charisma. Like he knew how to get people riled up and like on his side.
Like I think, like I honestly think if the NDP actually ran someone like that who had like charisma and like used more like common like everyday language and like none of the fancy bullshit, as well as like
Listen, we don't need to hear the word federal or constitutional every 3 seconds.
or like and like actually like had the same views as the NDP does, and like had fucking was actually like willing to do something about it. Like I think a more socialist leader would fit that pretty well. But they probably want to play it safe and go like more sock dem. But if that was to actually happen, I think that the NDP actually could secure the election.
And that would actually be a game changer.
Well, they would have. It was projected that the NDP was supposed to win with Jack Layton.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting.
Jack Layton was projected to defeat Stephen Harper and Justin Trudeau.
Sadly, that didn't end up happening.
Well, Jack Layton spoke to the people, and he was very well liked.
Like, and what happened to him? Did he get like assassinated or something?
No, he died of prostate cancer.
Oh, that sucks. You know what that means? We need to put more of our funding into cancer research.
Yeah, he definitely he was like the Bernie Sanders of Canada.
I would have loved to have a conversation with the guy, I'm gonna be honest.
Like even me back when I was like a fucking dumbass conservative, I was actually considering on voting for him. And like I actually probably would have too.
Well, I mean, yeah, if he speaks to the people and he's got your interests at heart and he's actually doing something about it
and
that you can like physically and tangibly like experience.
And plus
yeah,
like and plus he was also like very popular amongst Canadians as well. Jagmeet Singh doesn't really have the charisma, or he's like, I think at best he's like mixed. Like overall I think he's like mixed. Or
mixed reception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'd gladly vote for him.
Right.
But I personally think that they should have someone better. I no malice towards the guy.
Yeah, no ill intent. It's just because they need like a figurehead to like actually have someone be relatable and represent the people, right?
Yeah.
Then yeah, they're gonna need a different figurehead.
I think a more like more like democratic socialist or socialist leaning NDP person would probably be elected. I honestly like, there's a lot of Canadians, are actually like starting to hear about like socialism, like are starting to understand what it's about.
The wokeism is happening.
True. So it's not, provided that they have charisma, I imagine that they could win.
Right.
Because charisma is a gigantic part of it. It would make both Pierre Poilievre or a person like that would make Pierre Poilievre and Justin Trudeau look like a fucking clown.
I mean, that's already not that difficult to do, let's be honest.
I mean, no, it's really not.
National polling that we did through the course of the leadership campaign was that conservative partisans were paying a lot of attention, but the average Canadian wasn't. So as we saw Poilievre come on strong through the course
Listen, you're not average.
I was. I called it from the first fucking debate. It was like, this loser's gonna win. Like, I already knew he was gonna, like, it was blatantly clear that he was gonna win.
The summer, we saw Charade decline. We didn't see those types of movements among the general population, or the general voting population.
And I remember.
So I think it's really more of a reflection of people.
And I remember fucking covering it. It was so much fucking fun.
Parties right now, and their focus is really day to day on what the government is going to do.
So much fucking fun, man.
To deal with the inflation issue. To the extent
I miss the conservative leadership debate.
As being, offering.
I want them again.
Better ideas on things that relate to the economy. And
hopefully, we'll get them soon.
It's really just a reaction to people saying, I'm not really liking what I'm seeing from the federal Liberals, so maybe somebody else can do it. It's not like they're buying into his plan or buying into his position, because they really don't know what it is. It really is interesting to see, after a period of 7 years, where the federal Liberal Party finds itself. Very little issue strength, very little performance strength, and their leader has become a drag on their ticket. I mean, we asked one question.
Hey, listen, most people don't have good performance strength.
What I found the most surprising was when we asked.
I do also think that if they were to swap out Justin Trudeau for a different Liberal,
and Justin Trudeau was ahead by
Liberals would easily win another majority.
And that's over somebody that
easy.
They just need another librarian.
They aren't really too fond of. They're just not really too fond of fucking Justin Trudeau. They just want someone else.
That's true. I mean, I'm not too fond of Trudeau either. So,
bro, like libs want someone else new.
What do you make of that? He's not wrong, and I've got the PBO report here. At this point in 2022, most people under the rebate right now in all those provinces are getting more back. The PBO affirms that. So is Pierre Poilievre right to say that they're actually getting hurt by the carbon tax when the data shows they're not?
They're not.
Canadians are being hurt by the carbon tax, Evan, plain and simple. It is driving up
They're literally not.
It is driving up the cost of groceries.
But you're asserting it. What's the data? I'm just saying, I just challenged him on the data from the PBO. You and I are looking. I just want to show people. This is the PBO report. He says, the PBO says by 2030, but the data shows now they're actually getting more money back than not. You know that.
The parliamentary budget officer is saying that it's not the apple for apple on this. Families are getting further behind with the carbon tax, and it's driving the price of inflation, Evan. The simple aspect of this is when you put a carbon tax on the price of fuel and you increase it, there's a ripple effect of that. Not only is it increasing the price of fuel, how does groceries get to the grocery store? It's all these driven costs and the ripples that happen. So again, the carbon tax is one thing that people are paying, but it's the added.
No, it's not. It's mostly like, it's a sliver of like what the fucking Liberals should be doing to massive corporations. It's not gonna hurt fucking Joe out in fucking bumfuck nowhere who does that. In fact, the average Canadian makes more money from the fucking carbon tax than they pay into it.
Exactly.
This guy's a fucking clown.
He's got a neck beard, for fuck's sakes.
Oh,
you know he's not intelligent.
Oh no, he fucking browses Reddit, doesn't he? Oh my god.
He's probably got Reddit gold.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Bro.
That's how you know he's disgusting.
Oh, fucking Redditors, man. They should just stay in fucking like r/atheism. Just keep them there. They should not be allowed to interact with anyone in public.
Costs when they're adding to all these other cost of living factors. When you add
them?
What?
Do you think even atheists would take them?
No, the joke is that r/atheism is like one of the most fucking toxic subreddits on fucking Reddit.
Oh, okay.
It's unironically where the fedora hat tipping milady neckbeard came from.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, I mean, if they wanted to be even more toxic, just go to r/Xenoblade.
No, I think r/atheism takes the cake.
Add all of that up, Evan.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah,
the
it really
contrast
does.
is very clear of what we're offering. When you ask Canadians if they're further ahead or further behind with this, more and more are saying they're further behind on this. Absolutely.
But Mr. Duncan, let's not mix data and anecdote. So you said when you add it up. So let's add it up.
I like this guy.
Add up the price.
I honestly like this guy. He's pushing back against him.
See, you can tell he's cool because his name rhymes with mine. I can't English
with the
today.
rebate,
Fuck.
where the backstop is in 2022, not in 2030.
Granted, like he's probably like a giant fucking lib, but he's actually pushing back, which I like to see.
Yeah, he's got backbone.
They're actually getting more money, not less. We asked today Sylvain Charlebois, you know, the Dalhousie, the food professor, the Agri-Food Analytics Lab.
Oh shit! I think he's a CIA plant, bro. He has the fucking earpiece. Oh shit!
Oh shit, he does. He really do. I mean, look at that nose. He's putting it straight down. He's getting to the point.
For all you know, I could be a CIA plant.
You know what? You could be, but I'm going to choose to not believe that. I'm going to choose to believe that Australia is upside down, and people are just lying to me and telling me that it's not.
He's on to us.
Yeah, I know about you and your pigeons. Damn surveillance drones.
And we asked him, how much
That's why you always
inflation
keep
is
telling me to get a
attributed in the
haircut.
grocery store to the carbon tax? And he said there is no evidence, this is what he told us, that it's driving up food. They have not had...
Yeah, you want to know what's driving up food? Fucking companies, you know, wanting to make more fucking money.
Here's what's driving up food, you know? People wanting more money. Hey, I'm going to charge you an extra $1.35 for every pound of rice that you buy. No particular reason, really. I just want more of your money.
Well, no, it's just corporate greed. That's all it is. And then
I mean, that's what I just said.
It's ballooning and ballooning, and then it's gonna fucking burst. It's the exact same fucking thing with the housing market right now. It's just a matter of time. It's not if, it's when.
It's never a matter of if. It's always a matter of when. And that's something people forget. And then history repeats itself.
Yep, because we're too fucking stupid.
Listen, all I'm going to say is watch these streams in like the next 8 years and you'll see what we're talking about.
Well, no, because it's always the same fucking shit.
See?
Like, the exact same thing...
I'm already proving my point.
The exact same fucking thing happened in, like, 2008.
And the exact same thing will happen in 2029.
Well, no, economists are actually expecting the fucking housing market bubble to burst next June.
I'm at 2039. Slip of the tongue.
No, again, economists are expecting the fucking housing market to burst in June next year.
Right.
They're expecting it to happen very soon, so guess
be on the prowl.
Guess we'll wait and see what happens.
That you heard me ask Minister Wilkinson, but he says there's actually no evidence that it's changing the cost of food.
Well, and I disagree with that. I didn't listen to that part or that interview per se, but I will tell you, Evan, there is a correlation.
So of course he
when you're adding a price to
didn't
fuel
listen.
and you're adding the carbon tax on, when you're going to triple it, it's going to drive up the cost of goods for Canadians.
But Charlebois said it's possible. He's not saying it's wrong, but he said there's no study on it. So I guess my question is, what's the study that you're basing this policy on?
But I'll go back.
Personal opinion.
Peer-reviewed studies?
No.
Keep in mind?
No, if it was a peer-reviewed study, it would actually be legitimate. It's probably unironically saw something on Facebook. I'm probably dead serious. Because
you're not even wrong about that.
Because fucking Manitoba's premier did the exact same thing when it came to fucking COVID restrictions in February.
What, they just saw a Minion post and then used that as a fact?
Well, no, because like journalists and everything were asking for the sources that she was spouting out, that the fucking Karen was spouting out, and she repeated, "Oh, it's a small little, we have the data and everything. We don't fucking. We talked about this on stream.
We did.
The same thing on 2 points of that, Evan. Number one, and the first thing is the cost of goods. When you talk to business owners, you talk to anybody, they're adding carbon tax, paying carbon tax in their bills.
Oh no, the poor business owners. Boo fucking who.
As a business, what do they do? They're passing that on to consumers. That means people pay more. There's a direct correlation in the flow of all of these things. In direct rebates to families, one thing, but the added
correlation. Correlation does not equal causation. Numbnuts.
Okay.
And if he was familiar with data, he should already know that correlation doesn't equal causation.
Bro, he's
what a fucking neckbeard.
Bro, he's a fucking conservative. Of course he doesn't know.
Oh, gross. Look, you can see the space between his teeth.
To do business and do business here in Canada is not good for our economy, and it's not good for inflation or growth.
Bro, you can hear the other guy laughing in the background.
Whatsoever. But Evan, even more to your point is, we're saying through our message the last couple of days is an angle on payroll taxes going up January 1st, but on April 1st at least, don't triple the carbon tax at a very minimum to try to give people a break.
Okay,
there is a correlation, just keep more money in people's pockets.
Okay. They say keep more money in people's pocket. They're arguing that actually, again, in 2022, even with the increase, the rebate will put more money in people's pockets. But let me just talk about climate.
And it typically does.
Mm-hmm.
Like
he's not wrong, yeah.
I remember getting my rebate for fucking the carbon tax. I'm like, yo, this is fucking awesome.
Hell yeah.
Extra fucking money.
It's like,
climate change.
More money
we're
back
looking at
in
Hurricane
my pocket.
Fiona.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to the mayor of Charlottetown today. He said this is the worst we've ever had. He attributes it to climate change. The Insurance Bureau of Canada has a study, which I also have here. They're calling for a spending of billions of dollars to mitigate damage because they say climate change is costing them billions. What is your party's climate change? If you want to get rid of the carbon tax because you don't think it's doing anything, it hurts people, how do you battle climate change, which is, according to the Insurance Bureau of Canada, not the Liberals, it's a multi-billion-dollar series of disasters for us. It's costing us.
Well, so first things, again, the minister didn't answer the question part earlier about all these carbon taxes Canadians have been paying. Emissions are still going up. They have not met a single...
I mean, he's a politician. Of course he's going to. All politicians do. They don't want to fucking answer and be like, this is our plan. Because they tend to do that when they don't have a fucking plan.
So what's your plan? We don't have one, and we never will.
Single target
it sucks to be you guys. Just vote for us, please.
Please, we're desperate. Please vote for our Nazi leader.
Ever set, the original ones that were set by Prime Minister Harper or the new ones that they have set. So even with their whole plan, Evan, it's not adding up and actually achieving any results. We've been clear on what our plan is for environmental protection and lowering emissions and lowering pollution. Technology and not taxes. There's a few things.
But Minister Wilkinson asked you, like you flipped. Under Aaron O'Toole, you were okay pricing carbon. Now,
I mean, of course he's a switch. What if he's a switch?
You're not okay with pricing carbon. Is that fair to say that you've gone from it was a good idea and now it's a bad idea?
The approach that we think is best, Evan, is technology, not taxes, small modular reactors in the nuclear industry, and there's a lot more things we can be doing, again, in terms of, I think, at a global scale, doing more production at home when it comes to Canadian energy, in contrast to other things, Evan. And I'll just say this about the same thing. The technology, not taxes, Canada can, more than any other country in the world, provide a better quality sector when it comes to oil and gas than anything else. What happens is, and what the government constantly does, is they cancel these projects and they don't proceed, and we pretend like the demand is going away.
Oh, who fucking cares about a pipeline that doesn't exist? Fucking cry about it, bitch.
Oh no, they're stopping these projects that'll kill millions.
Fucking cry about it. If you actually want to if you actually have a solid plan, just say we're gonna be investing more into fucking green energy, like fucking turbines and windmills. Cause there's some really fucking awesome solar panels out there now. Like I saw I think it was on Twitter or something like that. It was like based off of like a sunflower and like how it would follow the fucking orientation of the sun, and it would self-clean itself, which is fucking awesome.
And redundant, self-clean itself. Thanks.
Well, it has brushes on the bottom of.
Yeah, it's self-cleaning.
It's self-cleaning. It follows the orientation of the sun to get the most amount of energy out of it, and they're fucking cheap to make and easy to set up.
Well, yeah, if we can make them out of like plastics and like other indestructible materials, essentially, then yeah, those things will last forever.
Like they're fucking awesome, and I think we should be using them.
Listen, we'll take all the plastic from the ocean and make solar panels out of them.
That's not how solar panels work, man. I wish it was.
Listen,
what's actually happening?
It's Patrick meme. We're just gonna put the problems and put it somewhere else.
Is we're instead importing oil, and again, other markets are picking up that have zero environmental protections.
They're spending $20 billion on the Trans Mountain, and it was the U.S. that canceled Keystone, and there's no proponent for Energy East. So
he's right.
Not like they're not in the oil business too. They are.
They are deliberately and acknowledging closing down, phasing out the sector, and the just transition.
What? Biden bought so much fucking oil. What are you talking about?
Closing out the sector? What is he on?
I love how conservatives just cry about the most idiotic things, about like a pipeline that doesn't fucking exist. You know, it's just so fucking stupid. Conservatives are so dumb, man.
Transition. There are other countries around the world that are going to pick up that demand, Evan, and I could.
Yeah, you want to know who? Russia and Saudi Arabia. Boo fucking who. You know what? Maybe we should become independent on energy then, bitch.
Yeah, maybe. You know, start creating more green and renewable sources.
I can assure you, they're not on the TV programs talking about emissions reductions, environmental protections, and human rights. We can use technology better, carbon capture and storage. Okay. We can use a wide variety of tools.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing
projects are delayed. Absolutely, projects are delayed and everything those lines.
He's winning the argument because he's talking louder. He's winning the debate.
Oh no, quickly just start screaming randomly.
Well, no, that's unironically how fucking conservatives think that you win debates, is by talking louder.
Yeah, I know.
They're fucking stupid, man.
We can do it here at home better. We can lower emissions by being leaders in Canada, by exporting it, not relying on foreign countries doing it.
Okay. Well, look, I mean, I know you don't have the rollout of the new environment plan, but I look forward to it. Eric Duncan, great to have you on the program.
Good to be back in studio with you.
Yeah, by the way, Mr. Duncan hasn't been in studio in how long?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. So this is happening finally. We're finally getting back to a bit of normal.
All right. Russia, Ukraine shit. I don't really fun it. No, I kind of want to watch the fucking Alex Jones interview.
Alex Jones, InfoWars.
So basically, what's going on with the Russia-Ukraine stuff is they've agreed to a ceasefire and are having talks of negotiations of fucking treaties and shit, and and there's talks about Ukraine joining NATO. That's really all it is. I just want to watch the fucking Alex Jones interview.
I'm predicting a legend moment.
I mean,
Alex.
It's fucking Alex Jones. Of course, it's gonna be awesome.
Do you feel responsible for what happened to the Sandy Hook families?
Yes, I killed the children.
What?
Fucking hell.
What? That's okay. That's some way.
That's one way to start this interview.
God damn! It's not even 5 seconds, and this is already fucking awesome.
Legend moment number
I
one.
went to that school. I pulled a gun out and I shot every one of them myself. I mean, I'm guilty. It's true.
No.
No. Let's just. Do I feel responsible that someone played shoot 'em up video games on a bunch of drugs, went and killed a bunch of kids, and then
What?
the internet questioned it.
He's still fucking running this? Bro, this is fucking awesome.
Say video games cause violence?
Of course. I mean, Trump did the exact same thing.
It's already been scientifically proven that they don't.
Bro, this is fucking awesome. Oh, I can't wait for this.
First 5 seconds already got a legend moment. All right.
I covered that.
They staged Sandy Hook. The evidence is just overwhelming. We've looked at all sides. We played devil's advocate from both sides.
No, I don't feel responsible, and I don't apologize anymore. I'm done. I don't apologize. I killed the kids.
Was there a definitive?
No, I killed them.
What is he on, man?
I don't know, but I kind of want some. If my eyes can start bugging out of my skull like his are, holy shit, I want some of what he's having.
Like, I honestly agree, or with Hassan's take on Alex Jones, is that I honestly think he's a CIA plant. Because, like, he says some of the most psychotic shit, but yet sometimes he actually, like, is spot on like, things that actually had happened.
Alex Jones is one of the few crazies that we should keep alive just to see if he's correct on something.
Well, he has been correct on some things, though.
I know, but like when I say correct on something, I mean on something super important, and then we'll like try and analyze the neural network that is his brain and understand his thought process.
Like, he has been correct on like some of the imperialist and war crime shit that America has done, but like outside of that, it's just like all completely fucking nonsense. Like this is why I completely agree with Hassan and unironically think he's a CIA plant. Is like he says the most wildest shit, so like whatever like he says that's actually correct will be written off as a conspiracy theory.
I mean, I think that's how you get people on board with that.
But like, God,
you're using the weirdest form of reverse psychology to get people on board with Alex Jones.
I mean, Alex Jones is just fucking awesome, though.
He also looks like he got hit in the face with a spade.
He's just fucking like. Granted, like the shit that he said about like Sandy Hook and shit like that. That's like, no, you should not be saying that shit.
I mean, if he wants to feel responsible, or if he wants to say that he killed the kids, you know what? Good for him. I guess.
He's a psycho, though.
Whatever helps him sleep at night, I guess.
This man.
Never change.
Never change. Never does.
Killed him.
I don't think he is possible.
No, I did.
Change.
No, you didn't.
No, everybody said no. I killed him.
How did Andrew manage to get an interview with Alex Jones, by the way? That's what I want to know.
I'm half expecting Alex Jones to just be like, no, I asked for the interview.
Well, no, it would probably be like, because like Andrew would have to reach out for that.
I mean, fair enough, but like, still, it's like that look in his eyes on this freeze frame. Like you can see the reflections of the lights, and you can tell that there's something there that's not quite right.
Of course.
I killed him. I already admit it. I did it. I killed him. I'm the bad guy. I'm the devil. Get rid of the First Amendment. Can we move on to other topics? I killed him. First Amendment killed him.
Fuck, bro.
Get rid of the Second Amendment. Get rid of the First Amendment. They're bad. They killed
I mean, getting rid of the Second Amendment, yeah, that's pog. I completely agree. They should completely get rid of that.
Kids too. George Washington killed him. Jesus killed him. We should rename the whole.
What? Wait, what?
Okay, now I really want whatever he has.
He is off his rocker. Bro,
if he thinks Jesus killed the people in... Wow.
He thinks that fucking Jesus and George Washington killed them. Bro, this is fucking wild. Oh, I'm really glad we decided to watch this.
Yo, his nostrils are flaring up. I'm waiting for his ears to wiggle.
Everything. There should be holidays. We should bow 5 times a day to New Haven, Connecticut for the kids that died. Every American's to blame. Every gun owner's to blame. I'm to blame.
I mean, but like, gun owners in America are like some of the most scariest people on the planet, though. because you have no fucking clue if they're gonna. You don't know if they're gonna fucking shoot you, man. Because like, unironically, some friends that I have said that just because they're a little bit brown, they would be terrified going to America.
Oh yeah, and like for good reason.
And like, I'm talking about like just slightly more brown than I am.
Oh no, you look slightly tan, aka slightly sexier.
So yeah, it's just like yeah. I mean, whenever I go to America, I have this fear that I'm gonna get shot.
I mean, I'm Jewish, so there's a target painted on my back the entire time I'm alive.
Just don't tell like half of America that, and you should be okay.
It's kind of hard for me to not tell the world that when I have a giant fucking Jufro on my head.
I mean, I'm white passing as fuck, so I can get away with it. I've been called Asian, or like I've been called like Asian more than I've been called indigenous.
Right.
We're all guilty to Bloomberg and Soros. Turn our guns in.
Is he really still pushing the George Soros narrative? Bro, this is fucking wild.
I mean, I think he's going through all of history at this point.
How the fuck was he ever allowed on the internet, man? This is
Alex Jones?
Yeah, this is fucking awesome.
Turn our guns in.
Because the internet's a quote-unquote free place.
No, it's not.
That's how.
Look at how many fucking ads there are, bitch.
I know.
I did it. I killed them. I killed them.
He's literally coping.
I'm done talking about it.
See,
I killed them.
mold.
Can we talk about the trial at all?
There's nothing to talk about. Let me tell you, I don't know if I can do this interview right now.
Wow. Okay.
You liking it?
I don't think you should keep doing that.
What? Dude, I murdered those children.
Bro, how the his fucking what?
Even Channel 5 is telling him
No,
to stop.
no. This is not Channel 5. This is his own InfoWar behind the scenes people that are telling him to stop that. Bro, how do you get the most psychotic people on the planet to tell you to stop doing this shit and pushing this narrative? That is wild, man. How the fuck does that happen?
I don't know. Whatever Alex Jones is on, or even if he is a CIA plant, you know what?
No,
There's
I am
something.
like I said, I completely agree with Hassan. I am fully convinced he's a CIA plant.
I mean, hell, you might have even convinced me at this point.
Like, honestly, just listen to like any of Hassan's points on the whole
On Alex Jones.
on the Alex Jones CIA plant thing, and like it kind of makes sense. But bro, this is fucking awesome. I don't think we were supposed to hear this, but oh my god, am I glad are we hearing this?
We are hearing this.
Still not a funny thing to say. Yeah, I get the point, but it's just like, fuck, man.
Fuck it, I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm far beyond giving a fuck right now.
I understand.
You want to fucking take me out?
No, but I'm just saying. They really.
I like how he even said, if you want to take me off,
jury in
go
the
for
Alex
it.
Jones trial ordering the conspiracy theorists to pay $45.2 million to parents who lost their 6-year-old son in the Sandy Hook massacre.
Which is so sad. Like the fact that this happened like over a decade ago and people are still talking about it, like it's like they're fucking crisis actors, is crazy to me. It's so sad that they have to put up with this and continue reliving the fucking trauma of losing their fucking like 7-year-old kids.
Yeah, like, do you know how heartrending it would be not only seeing and hearing for the first time when it actually happened that your child is dead, but then years down the line you get it, like it gets brought back up just because some dude on the internet's ranting about it.
And keep in mind that like they're constantly being used as like they're crisis actors, and like half of them didn't even exist, as well as like the parents of the kids who died literally getting fucking death threats. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Calling it a hoax.
Every sin ever committed on Earth in 10,000 years of history, I did it.
What?
The Night Stalker, the Zodiac Killer, I did it. Vietnam War, Hitler. I was actually Hitler. It wasn't Hitler. It was me.
Bro, what? He has a fucking gold play button? The fuck?
InfoWars.
How the fuck does that happen? How the fuck does he get a gold play button? Not gonna lie though, it's pretty fucking awesome that he shot it though.
I was gonna say, those bullet holes make it look a little more real.
It makes it look fucking awesome though. But like, bro, how the fuck does I mean, I guess to be fair, it was like 2016 YouTube though.
Yeah, people weren't so politically correct.
You still had PC people out there. It was more or less just like the Nazi phase of YouTube. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Him having shot it, makes it look fucking awesome.
Yo, YouTube, start shooting your play buttons before you send them out to creators.
I did it. I was in a time machine in Germany. I did all that, okay? I did everything. And that's what
Political dildo.
So, you're here with the bad guy. You're here with the villain. Lex Luthor, right now. You're talking to him right now.
What?
You're talking to Lex Luthor. How's it feel?
You don't feel like Lex Luthor to me.
I invented cancer. I just did it. Doesn't matter. Wow.
Bro!
He invented a disease.
This is awesome. I am really glad that Andrew did this fucking interview. This is awesome, man.
I have never gotten such a big smile on my face in the history of my existence.
Oh.
Can I just make Alex Jones the one true legend? Not for the goodness or the badness, but for the meme potential that he is.
Bro, even communists love Alex Jones because of how psychotic he is.
Alex Jones, you have earned the Floof's official first seal of legend approval.
Bro, this is fucking awesome.
He should feel honored.
Oh,
You know what? He probably made up the Floof's first official seal of approval.
What about
that he is a legend?
What about the guy who is in fucking India screaming in like a fucking building and people are just staring at him like lunatic?
I think Alex Jones invented him too.
True, he invented everyone that's psychotic, man. Oh.
He is him. He is that guy.
Fuck.
I mean, he just said that he went back in time and became Hitler.
Bro.
I don't know how he changed his race, his face, his name, his weight, everything, but
Bro,
he did it, apparently.
Alex Jones is fucking wild, man.
Let's keep going.
I love him.
I created death. People didn't die before I was born. I created heartburn. I created...
Oh no, not heartburn.
Bro, heartburn is a killer. If you have acid reflux, please get that checked out. That's lethal.
I get really bad heartburn. Fuck, that's why I get heartburn. It's all because of Alex Jones. God damn it. Yeah. Bro, oh, this is fucking awesome.
I'm half expecting to hear I can't die. No one died. No one died before he was alive. But then is he God?
I'm fully expecting him.
Allah?
I'm fully expecting him to say that he can't die.
I created hangovers. I created gingivitis.
Oh no, gingivitis. Bro.
Brush your teeth, kids.
Bro, this is fucking awesome.
Yo, chat. I want you to go and get your toothbrush and fight gingivitis right now. Please.
Yes, the only way you can stop Alex Jones is by fighting gingivitis.
You know what? Maybe the dentists were right all along.
Oh man, this is fucking awesome.
That's a bad one.
I created hair loss. I created...
He created hair loss and then they zoom in on his fucking head. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Oh, this is... Oh, I love this.
Acne.
Oh, fuck, that's...
That one. I created bad breath.
So yeah, now that we've accepted that.
I invented Prozac that Adam Lanza was on. I had his mom buying the AR-15, give it to him.
Yeah, you know, I fucked your mom too. On top of that, I fucked your mom. I fucked your mom. You're the son of me and your mom fucking.
So wait, earlier in Alex Jones's existence, because I can't even say it's his life because Alex Jones just exists at this point now.
He just
You were
exists.
saying that did he create gayness? Did he create the chemicals that they put in the water to make the frogs gay?
I don't know, brother. I don't know. I don't know, brother.
I was there.
Doesn't make sense.
Did you know that all money in the universe was created by Sandy Hook? It was
What?
a time machine. Before the Rothschilds created fractional reserve banking, before tally sticks, before gold coins, the Roman era, it was the Sandy Hook event that created all money, future and forward. Yeah. Everything is that.
What?
Everything.
I mean, how do you feel about like how your attorney did overall?
They said I was guilty beforehand because they couldn't have a real trial because they had.
I mean, wasn't his like attorney just fucking dog shit, as well as like one of the most notorious fucking attorneys ever? Like,
I mean, I wasn't too
wasn't he
caught
the
up on that.
wasn't he the fucking My Pillow attorney or something like that?
24 minutes out of 10 years of me talking about it, most of them he's saying it happened. It's sick. It's disgusting. I was being sarcastic earlier. I didn't kill the children. I'm not Jeffrey Dahmer. I didn't invent hemorrhoids. I simply question things, and they're trying to demonize me to say questioning things is a bad deal.
And elementary school massacre.
3 hours after Sandy Hook.
26 dead, 27 dead now, 18 kids in Connecticut. When you got small children, this really gets to you. That's why the globalists use children's deaths to go after our guns, because they know it gets to us. So don't ever think the globalists that have...
I mean, like, children shouldn't be fucking dying, though.
Children shouldn't be dying.
Like, the thing is that, like, school shootings are a uniquely American problem.
Yeah.
Like, I hear about one, like, almost every fucking week, and it's so sad.
It breaks my soul to hear that people just trying to get an education get killed for no reason. Literally no fucking reason.
I mean,
These children just go to school because they're told to and they think it's safe, and sure as shit, they get murdered because some fucker just decides to pull a 9mm in class.
I mean, in America, like, children are more likely to die of a school shooting than a fucking drunk driving accident. Which is really fucking crazy to me. I think it's like 3 times higher or something like that. Like, how does that... How the fuck does that happen?
I don't know.
Like, bro, it's fucking crazy.
Hijack this country wouldn't stage something like this. They kill little kids all day, every day. And it's not our government, it's the globalist. I really think they're going to try to come after the guns. It's going to start a civil war.
Bro, no. 1 month after?
I clearly believe from the evidence, children were really killed in Sandy Hook, and it's a real tragedy. Unfortunately, evidence is beginning to come out. People who've been coached, people who've been given cue cards, people who are behaving like actors.
I dropped Billy off and watched him go around the corner, and he never came.
Keep in mind, this is 1 month after Sandy Hook.
Mm-hmm.
Back all because of the guns. Won't you just turn your guns in for my son? I mean, folks, we've got video of Anderson Cooper with clear blue screen out there.
Nothing can account for what happens.
Where? Where is this blue screen? I don't see a blue screen anywhere.
Clear blue screen, even though the guardrails are perfectly, you know, like the shadows on those railings are actually really fucking like real
if this is
on those stairs.
If this is blue screen, this is a really good fucking blue screen, man.
Yeah, they got some impressive tech.
Like, I see absolutely no fucking blue.
To his nose.
I don't see any tearing or anything.
1 year after.
Early on, I said, well, they had to have killed somebody. I mean, this doesn't make sense. Then parents come out and start laughing and then turn to the camera and cry. No one died in 2012.
Okay, but the thing is that, like, people deal with grief differently.
Exactly.
Like,
people deal with grief in all sorts of different ways. Some people sadly resort to drug use. Other people cry. Other people get undoubtedly, like, you know, understandably, but, you know, overtly pissed off and, you know, mad and blindly rage.
Like, do you remember, like, the whole, like, Logan Paul thing, that, like, in Japan thing? In the forest?
I remember that. Yeah.
I mean, like, that's just his natural reaction to seeing a fucking a dead body. Like, that's how some people fucking cope with it. Like, because they can't believe that it's fucking real.
Yeah, like, hearing about it is one thing, but seeing it for yourself is another.
Like, most people don't even know how they're, like, not to fucking defend Logan Paul or whatever, but, like, most people don't even know how they're gonna fucking react in that situation. Like, and
Like, hell,
and then, like,
say one of... Go ahead.
and, like, in the instance of, like, let's say, like, fucking parents are laughing with interviewers and everything. Like, they'll probably be, like, talking about, like, a conversation beforehand, and then the interviewers ask them about, like, the whole fucking, like, tragedy again, and then they start to remember it, and it's just like, oh fuck, this, I don't really want to relive, like, one of the worst days of my life, losing my
Yeah,
fucking kids.
it's a traumatic and life-altering experience. Whether, that's the loss of your child or the loss of a parent or loved one. Like, that is something that will stick with you forever. And, like, being forced to relive it is, the definition of hell.
Mm-hmm.
In Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook is a synthetic, completely fake, with actors, in my view, manufactured. I couldn't believe it at first.
What?
I knew they had actors there, clearly, but I thought they killed some real kids. And it just shows how bold they are.
10 years after Sandy Hook.
People come up to me in hotels and in grocery stores.
And he's still pushing the fucking narrative, bro. 10 years later. It's fucking nuts.
CIA plant?
CIA plant.
And I'll be walking my dog and they just go, the car will go, "Roar! You son of a bitch, quit, leave those kids alone." And I'll be like, I never talk about it. The media, shut up, you son. And some people have confronted me in front of my wife and children and said, "You son of a bitch, you killed those kids." No one knows who Adam Lanza is. When you ask somebody about Sandy Hook, it's Alex Jones.
Yeah.
So I did not kill the children.
But do you feel any sense of responsibility for the way the lives of the Sandy Hook families were affected?
No.
An emotional day of testimony after 3 family members whose loved ones were murdered at Sandy Hook Elementary School took the stand describing the harassment they endured as a result of Alex Jones' false statements.
People were, accusing me of lying, telling me Ben never lived, telling me that I was going to burn in hell, and that I would.
Yeah, because they unironically asked them for, like, fucking birth certificates and shit, like they were fake. I'm like, bro, that's fucking psychotic.
Yeah, because you would fake having kids, fake sending them to school, fake report cards, and fake friendships with those children, and faked deaths?
Plus, not to mention,
What kind of fucking messed up brains are those people having?
Plus, not to mention, it's very fucking illegal for you to fake federal documents.
Yeah, and extremely fucking difficult too.
Mm-hmm.
Hensel testified that after her husband Jeremy committed suicide in 2019, people went to their daughter Aviel's gravesite looking for evidence the family was faking his death.
I couldn't wrap my head around just one.
They were looking for evidence of a faked suicide.
Fuck, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Her fucking husband committed suicide after. God, that's so fucking sad.
I'm so sorry for this Jennifer Henschel. Like, she doesn't deserve the harassment or the hate. She lost her children, or her kids, and then her husband.
Or she's a fucking victim. She is. Sad, man.
Please do not berate people for the loss of loved ones. You wouldn't like it if they did that to you, so do not do that to them.
Mm-hmm.
Family member being part of this narrative.
It's an industry. It's a business. They got $73 million from Remington. They've sued all these different groups and people. So no, I didn't kill their kids. I already said I was sorry before they ever sued me. And now they've just attached themselves to my name and who I am. They can get all the judgments they want against me. I have hardly any money. All those articles you see, it's like made up. Almost all of it's not even true.
You're not doing too good money-wise right now?
I've never.
No, he lost everything in his first fucking trial, and it looks like he's gonna lose again.
Yeah, I mean, if the first 5 seconds of this video from Channel 5 isn't enough to, trigger some red flags, I don't know what is.
I mean, that's it. Just fucking funny. He's a nut job. But yeah, no, like he's lost so much fucking money. He's also made a fuck ton of money from this conspiracy theory as well.
Yeah, like he's profiting off of it handsomely.
Disgusting.
Like they had a financial expert in my rig trial, and he said InfoWars is worth 130 million, and Alex Jones is worth 270 million. I don't have $2 million in cash. I don't have stocks and bonds. I don't have all that stuff. So it's like a joke. They can have billion-dollar verdicts. It doesn't mean anything.
So they're expecting you to pay $45 million.
It's like 47 million or something like that total.
You think that in time you'll be able to do that?
Oh, no. It's what's ridiculous. Like,
go to my store and buy brain pills to keep us alive and help me pay off all these fucking pay off all the verdicts and fines that I was issued.
Go buy an InfoWars t-shirt and that'll stick to the man.
I would just for the memes.
I get an InfoWars t-shirt that'll just have, InfoWars printed on the back of it, and then a picture of Alex Jones saying, "I killed the kids,"
bro, that's
written on the front of it.
Bro, no. They'll think you're a psychopath.
Bro, everyone's gonna be asking like, "Yo, where'd you get this shirt?" I'm like, I made it just to show everyone how crazy Alex Jones is.
Like, I would only buy like an InfoWars shirt just for fucking memes. Like, that's it.
An InfoWars
shirt?
Yeah.
Just
English, I know.
Just for memes. I would do it just for memes.
Yeah, for the meme.
I mean, I'm sorry, I fucking speak 3 different languages, man.
Bro, I'm just making fun. Don't take it too seriously.
3 or
you need a bowl for all that seriousness.
It's 3. Might be 4.
Ooh.
Learning a little bit of Spanish.
And they have 2 more trials coming up in Connecticut and in Texas. Everyone's like, "Yeah, we're gonna get him." He's like, they've built me up into like I'm this giant creature, like all powerful, like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Marshmallow Man.
Real, so it's like
he might as well be.
He might as well be called Marshmallow Man, man. Dude, that's fucking awesome.
Funny, actually. It's actually comical. I mean, it's actually hilarious. And then the Sandy Hook families, they already got 73 million from Remington. They're sitting there thinking they're about to get this big payday, and it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Are you going to be able to keep the studio open?
Oh, I mean, I could do a show anywhere. I mean, they're not going to show anything now. They could run off some of our employees. Yeah. They could shut down some of our people, which is their big job, to shut down America, get rid of American workers. I mean, that's the part for the course. But I mean, as long as I don't want to quit.
Okay, like the crazy thing though is like the whole part about like them shutting down like American workers. He's not actually entirely wrong on though.
What part is he not wrong on?
Them like shutting down like American like labor movements and shit. Like he said something about like shutting down like American workers, and like he's not entirely wrong on that though, because like the thing is that America hates fucking workers.
They do.
Like whether you work for this psychopath or whether you work for like I don't know McDonald's.
From one psycho to another.
Yep.
I mean, in prison they can't stop anything.
Was there a definitive year where big tech really teamed up to deplatform InfoWars?
Yeah, it was 2000.
It was 2019, right? It was 2018 or 19. It was one of the two.
Who knows? I think he'll stay.
2018, early 2019.
Yeah, I was right.
Bay Area tech giants are taking action against a prominent conspiracy theorist. Twitter gives Alex Jones the boot.
Just into CNN, Facebook is purging right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones.
Apple, Facebook, Spotify, and YouTube all completely banned InfoWars within 12 hours of each other.
Facebook said, "We have taken it down for glorifying violence and using dehumanizing language to describe people who are transgender, Muslim, and immigrants, which violates our hate speech policy."
Bro, that still happens on Facebook. In fact, if anything, it thrives on Facebook more now than ever.
I was gonna say it's flourishing on Facebook.
Like
what are they talking about?
I don't use Facebook anymore because it's just a fucking toxic cesspool of awful shit, man. It's just a toxic cesspool.
Bro, they say Facebook spokesperson. I'm 100% sure it's just Zuck.
No, I don't think so.
They had the heads of big tech, so they got together and colluded to shut me down. I knew they had to censor freedom because freedom was so popular. I mean, I knew that was coming, yeah.
How did that affect your audience size?
It didn't let us have, on average, that giant viral spread every day reaching 20, 30 million people. Instead, it was 3, 4 million people that were hardcore, but then they understood there was censorship, so they were grassroots putting it down. So it actually made it more underground and more avant-garde, more black sheep, more rebel, and more outlaw, and so made it more successful in a way.
What would you do if you had a time machine?
He just said what he was gonna do if he had a time machine.
Listen, he already has a time machine. We don't know where it is, though.
True.
Listen, it could have amazing camouflage and be the TVs we see in the background.
Who knows, man?
I think, even though I got caught in their Sandy Hook trap, and I was covered other people's theories and barely did it, wasn't much of what I did on the on the timeline. I think I'd do it all again. I think this is going to bring us to something bigger. I mean, technically, if I had it all over to do again, I wouldn't have been caught in that trap. But that's not how the universe works. I did these things, and I'm going with the flow of where I'm at. I did it from a good heart, and I think it'll be turned towards good at the end of the day. So I'm not worried about it. And I believe humanity's going to wake up. I believe we're going to win.
There is a level of confidence from Alex Jones that is just unbridled.
Yep. I imagine probably, yeah, this looks like I'm going to talk to the families now.
All right, so we're in Newtown, Connecticut, where the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting took place around 10 years ago. It's a special week for this town because for the first time ever, Alex Jones is being made to stand trial in Connecticut.
In a Connecticut courtroom just 20 miles from Sandy Hook, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones taking the stand, forced to face his own lies.
So right now we're on our way to go meet up with a trial attorney named Mark Bankston, who represented the Sandy Hook families in the previous defamation case in Texas.
Oh, this guy was fucking awesome. Did you watch any of the trials?
No.
This
Because I'm not very fond of...
Their fucking lawyer is awesome, man.
Awesome in what way?
He fucking he fucking destroys the defense.
Let's see it firsthand, I guess.
Yeah.
Alex, what you did, what you killed, is their ability to get over the death.
I love this guy.
Look, I'm a parent, and I know my job. My job is to protect my kid. They couldn't be with their kids on December 12th, 2012, right? Like, they couldn't do that. And so when that happened, their job changed. Their job became to protect their kid's legacy. And so every day that this kept going on and they couldn't stop it, these parents are feeling like they're failing their kids over and over and over again. And I put that on Alex Jones more than anybody else in the country.
So, for those who don't know, can you describe the extent of the harassment that was experienced by the Sandy Hook families?
There's no way I could do it just sitting here with you. It's unreal. Initially,
yeah, I imagine.
Contacts. You get people who were emailing them, people would find out their phone number, call them on the phone. But then you had people starting to show up in Newtown and destroy the memorials they had for their kids. They had people showing up at
what the fuck?
Homes, knocking on their door. They had people going around and talking to their neighbors. And then it just kept escalating as more and more people got caught into the wildness of it. There's Lucy Richards, right, who was a woman who I have to have some level of sympathy with on some way because she's mentally ill. But she got obsessed with all these narratives and about Lenny Posner. She was in Central Florida. And when it got disclosed that that's where Lenny had moved to, and InfoWars put up his Boca Raton mailbox where he picks up his mail.
Well, I've got an article here from a guy.
Bro, that's fucking wild. How does that happen?
I have no idea.
Caller, he's been getting all kinds of grief from Mr. Posner. Social media shut down due to Sandy Hook false copyrights. What's interesting is they list the address for the Honor Network in Boca Raton, Florida, 908 North Dixie Highway. There is no suite, but it's got 2 different buildings listed that address.
Well, we'll just start investigating that. And I guess I'm going to have to probably go on up to Newtown. I'm going to have to probably go investigate Florida as well.
She decided, okay, that's my call to action. So she started stalking Lenny and Veronique through Central Florida. she would call and leave these messages, and I don't know if you've ever heard them, man, and maybe we'll get a hold of them for you or something just so people can understand what this is. But creepy.
Did you hide your imaginary son in the attic? Are you still fucking him? You fucking Jew bastard. Look behind you. Death is coming to you real soon.
Just this awful
Bro, that's fucking creepy as hell.
You have this old lady, like, asking you if you're hiding people in your attic.
No, the fucking son. You know, asking if you fucking fuck them. Still.
That is ridiculous.
That's fucking wild, man. That's so creepy.
Stuff, these slurs and at him and that don't even make any sense. I mean, she called him in the N-word. And
What? Okay, bro, proof that conservatives just want to say the fucking N-word. They hear black people calling each other that all the time, and they're like, well, why can't I do that? You know.
Here's the honest truth: nobody should be using that word.
Like I said, or I think it was last week or the week before. Like we said, we had this discussion earlier. It's a very complicated issue.
It is, but like my take on it is just stop using the word everybody. That's my take. I know not everyone agrees with it.
I mean,
no one,
it is
not everyone should.
It is a part of black culture too, so there is that.
Can we redefine what the word culture means?
But like black culture?
No. Just the word culture in general.
I mean, to me, it's more or less like certain like social conditionings, and as well as, you know, what the fuck happens in a society. Culture is a reflection of the society.
So, in your eyes, culture is the place that society puts you? Or is culture what's built because you're in a certain societal position?
I think the latter would probably work better.
Okay.
Because culture is culture is reflective of the society. Which is why when
when I'm gonna bring the word traditional in here real quick. Let's say, right, for traditional culture, right? Or like I'm not even like if something is a tradition or if it's part of their culture, cannot like those two things, whether it's a tradition or it's part of their culture, that can change.
Oh, absolutely. Culture
So why not
changes all the
make it
time.
so let's make the culture change to drop the word entirely.
Well, black culture is specifically unique because it came out of necessity. It unlike, you know, something like white culture, which was a reaction to the creation of black culture, because black culture came from the descendants of slaves.
Yeah.
It came
we
out
talked about more on this when we watched the Do All
Yeah.
Black Men Think the Same. So go check that out.
It came out of necessity. Because like they don't know where their heritage is from, right?
Yeah, like it was beaten out of them.
Their culture and everything was stripped away from them. They were brought over, were made slaves, and created their own culture out of necessity. And it just so happens that that is part of their culture.
The creation of their culture is part of it. Well, yeah, I would hope so.
Well, no, the word that they use. It's very dependent on who you talk to. If they, you know, their perspective on it is, there are some black people who think that it shouldn't be used at all, and others who are like, no, you're ridiculous. It should be our word.
Yeah, and like
Which
it's like you said, there will be people that will agree with my take, just get rid of it altogether. There will be people that agree with your take, that it's part of their culture, and both sides have merit.
Well, when you consider it, like white people have essentially done the exact same thing with, like, say, hillbilly or redneck, because those are technically slurs.
I mean, yes, you're not wrong.
It's So, like, it's
I can definitely understand why people are confused on that.
no, it's just a very complicated topic.
Well, when I
It's
say
not
confused on that, I mean like they are unsure of whether or not it should be removed or kept.
I mean, to me, it doesn't really matter. It's up to them to decide that.
To decide that, yeah. And I mean, it's like we had said in that stream, that yeah, it is for them to decide.
That Noah is still alive, and that he's got Noah in the attic and sexually assaults him every night. And even after she was arrested by federal law enforcement, and then she was sentenced to federal prison for a short period. Part of her conditional release is she cannot access InfoWars. She's just simply not allowed to do that as a condition of her parole. I'm an X-Files kid. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a late 90s conspiracy guy.
I mean, to be fair, though, everyone does believe in their own form of conspiracy theories. Like, everyone does.
Everyone does. I'm not sure what my conspiracy theories are, but you know what?
For me, it was the Klondike Papers, because, you know, it sounds like super fucking convincing. You know, you remember that, right? The Klondike Papers? It was a Pierre Polyev thing. Like, allegedly, there was, like, some papers found on Pierre Polyev.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, that.
And, like, it's, like, very convincing shit that he probably, like, could have done easy.
Right.
For me, that's one of them. As well as the Epstein shit. I also believe in that. Like, it's very fucking sus. I think the Epstein stuff is very sus.
Throwing some sus in there.
No, I'm, like, dead seriously. It's just very convenient. And, like, plus, the US government has been known to kill people who have, like, significant amounts of incriminating information on, you know, their politicians and stuff like that.
Yep.
So, and, like, Epstein had a lot of that stuff. So, it's very fucking sus, man. Like, it's, like, the Klondike Papers and, like, the Epstein conspiracy are, like, the only ones I actually believe in.
Interesting.
Because they are very fucking convincing. Like, like the sheets, for example, like, there's no fucking way. Like, the sheets were designed to, you know, not support, you know, body weight or as well as, like, fucking be, like, super breathable as well.
Man, conspiracy culture used to be fun. It used to not be so malicious and cruel.
Yeah, conspiracy culture did used to be really fucking fun, man. And now
the fun is still there. It's just different.
Oh,
just look at it through a malicious eye. Then it'll become fun again.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, it's fucking crazy, man.
Area 51, fish.
Yeah, Area 51, bro. Remember fucking Area 51, the one raid?
That'll be something I'll never forget.
The Area 51 raid was awesome. Oh, fuck.
You know what? See me in, like, the next 3 years and I'll forget about it.
I mean, the Area 51 conspiracy theory is just the Fermi paradox, like a positive outlook on the Fermi paradox.
All right.
You know what that is, right?
I don't know what the Fermi paradox is, and we don't have enough time to explain it.
It has to do with aliens.
The pyramids, aliens. Afros, aliens. Everything's aliens.
Well,
just keep going.
Human hybrids, Roswell. I mean, it was kind of fluffy in its own way. Like, it didn't really matter at the end of the day what's at Area 51. It was a mystery box we could all have fun with. And there was a time when Alex Jones was hilarious. We just all kind of, like, watched him.
Like making the frogs gay.
Like making the frogs gay, which he definitely did because his time machine.
The moment he started commanding, I'll tell you, it goes hand in hand with the damn supplements.
Sick of the globalist eugenicist control freaks adding poison to your water and laughing as you get sick and
I
die?
love this.
Start purifying your water with ProPure at Infowars.com. We sell books, videos, t-shirts, high-quality water filters, shortwave radios, cook stoves, survival food of the highest quality. Brain Force sold out in 4 days. Liver Shield sold out in a week. Prostagard sold out in a month. We have the highest quality nutraceuticals out there, bar none.
What a fucking sellout, man.
Bro, he is making bank with his water purifiers.
Just have fun, bro. Just have fun with the conspiracies. Fuck,
Yeah.
capitalism ruins everything.
Capitalism sucks.
It just ruins everything, man.
Government is going to starve you by the prepackaged food, right? The government has released radiation into the environment by the iodine. You know, we were seeing that basically right after the month of Sandy Hook, his traffic went up darn near 50% from all the coverage he was doing that month of the hoax. So that caused them to double down because they've testified on the record. If we see traffic spikes, we try to emulate that. When Alex Jones said the school wasn't an operating school, when he said paramedics never even entered the building, when he said there are pictures of the children who they say died who are still alive, he didn't believe that shit. I don't believe Alex Jones thinks there's anything fishy about Sandy Hook, but he's going to keep saying it even right now.
Which is why it is incredibly easy to be a conservative grifter. Because you can say pretty much anything, and conservatives will believe you.
Well, yeah.
And also throw money at you. It is very fucking hard to be a leftist grifter because you're questioned constantly about everything.
Well, yeah, right. And see, the funny thing about Alex Jones, and it's what the guy said, even Alex Jones didn't believe what he was saying.
Yeah.
He just needed other people to believe it.
Yeah, I mean...
Like, he is doubling down on Trump's fake news act,
Mhm.
and he's successful in it. Like, there's a science that Alex Jones has down to get people to believe almost anything he says without question, even though he himself does not believe it.
Well, yeah, you don't need to believe in what you're saying to be a grifter. Which is why, like, when Hassan says, you know, it be very incredibly fucking easy for him to be, like, a conservative grifter, like, he already knows, like, all their main fucking talking points and everything. And as well as, like, all you would have to say is, you know, I was a very prominent fucking left-wing commentator, and I decided to switch sides, and this is why. That's all you would need to do. It's so fucking easy to be a right-wing grifter.
So it seems.
You know, he's still going to be weird about it. Why? It's not a matter of whether you believe it or not. It's a matter of whether you have carved a groove in your personality that the wheel just goes in that rut now. I think it would force a moment of ego he's not ready to confront.
The Infowars store is like the main revenue source, yeah?
I mean, if I need it to be. I mean, if I need to, I can go to supporters and just get straight donations.
Yeah. You really didn't have an answer for that.
But he is. But he is right.
The way he turned into Porky Pig.
But
he can't even speak.
But he is right. Like, his supporters will easily give him fucking money.
Oh yeah, and like that's the funny thing about it.
How do you go about doing that?
Just ask them for the money. The jury came in this evening with $4.2 million. I admitted that I followed disinformation, but not on purpose. I apologize to the families. What I did to those families was wrong, but I didn't do it on purpose. We are so broke that if you don't fund us, if you don't buy products at InfoWarsStore.com, we will shut down. So get a t-shirt, get a book, get Body's Ultimate Turmeric Formula, get Vitamin Mineral Fusion, get them all at InfoWarsStore.com and keep us on the air.
What do you think he deserves?
Bro, that's fucking
at
wild.
The end of this road? To no longer be in public life, right? Like
I honestly think he should be completely deplatformed from everything and not allowed to go on the internet ever again.
Alex Jones?
Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna cause fucking trauma to people, like from over like a decade, you don't deserve to be on the internet.
Yeah, no, you really don't.
And like deplatforming is like unironically one of the only ways to stop this shit from happening.
Yeah.
I don't. People have been like, "Oh, you're out to destroy Alex Jones." I don't want to destroy him. I don't care if he wants to work at Safeway or manage a Sprint store. I don't care. I feel the right amount of justice is you should not be able to commercially market yourself as a public figure anymore. Like, you should exit the American stage. That's what I think is the correct result. Or at least that's what I think is the most utilitarian good result. But the money's not even really the question for me. The question is, will this suit be successful at stopping him from being on the national stage? And my worry is, like we said in the courthouses, it won't be, because the cameras will still follow him. Like, he can lose all of his money. He gets out there again on the bullhorn, and he starts building it right back up.
No, I told you I was going to shut it down before they sued me and shit. I'm not happening now.
You were going to shut down InfoWars?
I was going to hand it off to the people. Not now. It's not a labor of love now, it's a labor of war.
It's fucking enjoying ribs with Alex Jones, bro. That's fucking awesome.
He's just mowing down.
I would love to eat ribs with Alex Jones, man.
Just ribs?
He shut shit down.
So I'm
the
kind
question
of
is,
just checking out the InfoWars website.
Oh
And
no.
apparently yeah, no, I was curious. And apparently you can sponsor them via crypto.
Of course.
They got all of them, brother. They have Dogecoin, Bitcoin, Stellar, Monero, XRP, Ethereum, USD coin, and Litecoin.
Of course, bro. Of course there's
Yeah.
fucking crypto, man.
When you choose to sponsor us with cryptocurrency, you are agreeing that you have a firm understanding on how the blockchain works and understand that once a transaction has been sent, it is irreversible. There is no customer support with cryptocurrency. You agree that you understand which address you are sending your coins to and that said address supports the coin. Please note that your sponsorship goes directly to supporting the InfoWars team in the fight for the truth against tyranny. Your sponsorship, however, is not a tax-deductible donation.
Damn.
Sorry, you're not getting any tax returns on your InfoWars subscription.
Damn.
Cause of action against Jones on behalf of these parents come to represent something bigger? Is it a bigger referendum on the false things he's saying? I hope so, man. I hope so.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
I see me picking my teeth, my enemy's bones.
What? Bro, he's fucking
Picking his
wild.
teeth with his enemy's bones.
That's fucking wild, man. All
Is
right.
he going to eat? Is he going to consume his enemies and use their bones that he ate, like he picked clean, just to pick the fleshy bits of his enemies that he just consumed with their bones?
I guess so.
You know what? Hey, if people didn't die before Alex Jones was alive, people didn't eat other people before Alex Jones.
True, because no one died. Alright.
Oh, Jesus.
Alright, we should probably wrap things up.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, chat. I hope you enjoyed these absolute blast of like the last chunk of this broadcast here.
Ugh.
Alex Jones is a legend.
Fucking love him.
Keep in mind that if you choose to support InfoWars via cryptocurrency, you will not get, it's not tax deductible.
I would highly advise against it either way, though.
Yeah, do not invest in crypto and do not invest in InfoWars.
Anyways, tomorrow will be hopefully the finale of Xenoblade 3. We will just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
I would like to get it done. I'm not too sure what I'm going to stream after that, though.
That's a great question. All I'm going to say is be prepared for some heartfelt goodbyes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's, well, we'll end it to now.
That is.
We'll have,
Thanks, chat. You've been great. Have yourselves a great night.
Alright. Hope to see people tomorrow for the finale and the story. Probably do some super boss stuff later, though.
Super boss hunting?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Alright, see ya.